Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts.
Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
I don't want reality.
The bold strategy. Let's take space on full. China? China. Have to have China.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
Ready the Second Amendment?
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Put your drum up.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
How rude.
Oh, girl, baby girl. Don't even play.
Well, here we are again. Floating through space and time. Wondering what the solution is to all the universe's problems. Well, let's take them one by one. What do you say, chat? Alright, space fams, buckle up. We've got a lot to look at. Alright, let's see. Who's already made it? Disco Wolf was first. Nope. And BCat second and third. Normal by nature. Aaron W. Dirk Gently. PB. Who else? Look Bovine. I think that's everyone. Well, good to see you all. Hope you're having a fine galactic evening. We've got a whole lot to cover, as it's been, I think, days since we've seen each other last. Let's also start in the United States, in a very, very, very familiar place. That's right. So, yes, we are going to start in the United States. And if you haven't heard, there was a mass shooting at a Georgia high school just yesterday. So we're going to start there. Here's CNN. Is this CNN? No, CBS, sorry. And it's muted. Good start. That's a good start. I like that.
We start tonight with an all too familiar scene in American life. This time in Winder, Georgia, about 50 miles from Atlanta, just 4 weeks into the school year there. Gunfire erupted at Appalachia High School. Here's what we know. At least 4 people are dead, 2 students and 2 teachers, and 9 injured. The suspect, a 14-year-old student who is alive and in custody and will be charged as an adult.
I don't know why it happened. I may not ever know. We may not ever know.
Amendment.
But I ask that you and our community lift up our schools, lift up our public safety, and that, again, we do not let this...
We're going to lift it up with our thoughts and prayers, everyone. We're going to solve it. We're going to solve gun violence with thoughts and prayers.
...event prevail.
And let's bring in our Jared Eggleston, who is following the situation on the ground. Jared, it's good to see you, and I know you were there on the scene so soon after it happened. What are we learning about what unfolded at this school today?
Caitlin, good afternoon. It's been an emotional scene out here. As you saw, we just had a press conference. The sheriff here even getting teary-eyed as he talked about where the investigation stands. As you mentioned, they said that a 14-year-old student here at Appalachia High School came in with a gun this morning and began firing. At this point, they said he is in custody and is cooperating with police. They said he really surrendered just as soon as he saw those police. But back to those people who are now dealing with what they witnessed today. We've been talking to a lot of students and family members, and it's been very harrowing out here as they waited for hours to be reunited with their loved ones. And I believe we have a soundbite from a father and son who were reunited.
I started running. He started shooting like 10 times. He shot at least 10 times. And then I ran to the back of the classroom. I dived behind the desk, and my teacher had got in front of me like he was guarding. But like the gunshots were so close to me, like my ears started ringing.
My son actually called me while it was going on inside the classroom. Like I was inside the store and I heard him hollering and screaming and crying.
And there are just so many stories just like that one, Caitlin, of parents just rushing to the school. I got here just a little bit after the...
Oh my god. So yeah, the shooter is apparently a 14-year-old boy. who went to this high school in Georgia. Of course, none of the Georgia officials will say a word about gun violence. Ay, ay, ay. We need emotional support characters? We do. We do. Do we have enough likes for them, though? That's the question. Alright, actually, let's move on to the next one. This is, W-R-A-L. Oh, look at that. Another lava lamp. That's right. A lamp came floating in through the void. I opened the airlock. Now it sits here majestically on my desk. Just getting very lucky with these. There's just so much space trash out here, really. That's basically what the 25 likes. That's a lot of likes. Okay. Right. It's a 19 and a 4. I think that's a Worf and a Jessica. A Jorfica. Worfica? Jessifer. Alright, let's talk a little bit more about this shooting that happened yesterday.
A Georgia community continues to grieve following the nation's latest school shooting. 2 students and 2 teachers died at Appalachia High School, about an hour northeast of Atlanta. A 14-year-old student is in custody, and authorities say he'll be tried as an adult. NBC's Priya Sridhar is at the school.
Show the dice? You can't just be taking my word for it. My God, no trust, no trust at all. You know, most DMs, most dungeon masters, they keep the dice, and I'm also gonna keep the dice secret. But I can tell you, without equivocation, that I am in fact sticking to what the dice tell me. Okay, I am doing my, whatever I can to keep this situation fair.
A Georgia community continues to grieve following the nation's latest school shooting. 2 students and 2 teachers died at Appalachia High School, about an hour northeast of Atlanta. A 14-year-old student is in custody, and authorities say he'll be tried as an adult. NBC's Priya Sridhar is at the school in Winder, Georgia.
I'm here at Appalachia High School, where the community is still mourning today. We're learning new information about both the suspect and the victims. The suspect has been identified as 14-year-old Colt Gray, who was a student at the school, and we're now learning that he was actually on the radar of the FBI just last year. They say authorities questioned both him and his father revealing that he did have hunting rifles inside of the house, but that Colt Gray did not have unsupervised access to them. We're also hearing from authorities that
So he was apparently, for whatever reason, questioned by authorities for some sort of suspicious sorts of activities this kid was getting involved in previously. But of course, you can't take guns out of the house just for that.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
The father was arrested today. I did not even see that. I'm sorry. There's so many stories I've got. The fact is, I'm trying to cover 3 days worth of stuff, and I've been very, very, what's the word I want to use in this moment? Diligent in trying to cut down as much as I possibly can here. All of these stories I'm trying to put together from the last few days. Because the fact is, the last stream that I did, which was a couple of days ago, we didn't even get through all of what I wanted to cover that day. So we're gonna have a few fucking videos from there. Hopefully we can get through this whole stream tonight. Now, let's go to here. This is Fox 4 Dallas Fort Worth from just yesterday. This was the update on Colt Gray what we know about the alleged Appalachia High School shooter. Alleged is a weird word to use in this particular circumstance. Like, I get it. Like, I'm not mad at alleged. You know, innocent until proven guilty. But, this kid blasted up a high school and then immediately surrendered. And you know, in that particular case, I feel like the evidence is pretty clear. Alleged is incredibly generous. Wait, is the Pokemon community game running right now?
A 14-year-old is in custody for today's deadly school shooting in Georgia. Hello, everybody. I'm Hannah Batab.
And I'm Steve Eager. It happened at Appalachia High School in Winder, Georgia. It's about 50 miles northeast of Atlanta. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation says at least 4 people are dead and as many as 9 are wounded. The school has almost 2,000 students. They were spilling out of the building as law enforcement and emergency vehicles surrounded the school. Sean Rabb in our newsroom with the latest. Sean.
Yeah, that shooter identified by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation director as Colt Gray, the 14-year-old boy surrendering when confronted by 2 school resource officers and arriving law enforcement. As you said, 4 people dead, 2 students and 2 teachers lost their lives. One of the wounded students on a stretcher being rushed through the crowd by paramedics to a waiting ambulance. 9 total hurt. Another injured person treated on the ground in front of the school. Lines snaked through school grounds as anxious parents rushed to reunite with their children as SWAT teams continued responding to the campus. Students' spirits clearly broken today. Law enforcement in Georgia shaken and emotional by the tragedy that's taken lives and so much more.
This hits home for me. I was born and raised here. I went to school in this school system. My kids go to this school system.
This guy seems to be going through a lot right now.
My heart hurts for these kids. My heart hurts.
You know, it's fascinating for me to watch this sort of unfold in Georgia. Listen to Georgian officials, such as, you know, elected officials. Sheriffs are elected, I believe. You know, people who are probably so pro Second Amendment that, you know, I would guess that they want those kids in that school to have guns, the teachers to have guns, whatever, right? Hall monitor to have some sort of, what do you call it? Crowd suppression. Like, you know, the things that they put on top of those police tanks. Like this, that's what this guy wants, right? Like, and it just fascinates me because you don't, like I was saying before, you don't hear any words about dealing with gun violence. What we, you know, what we should do about it. No, none of that. No, not necessary. It's just sort of loud outrage, momentary outrage with zero sort of plans to fix it aside from nonsense. Like arming teachers, which is something that people have genuinely suggested. I think we've all heard of these these idiots.
Community. But I want to make it very clear that hate will not prevail in this county.
Okay.
I want that to be very clear and known.
That's what Georgia's going to do. They're going to put a war on hate. They're going to start a war on hate. That should go well. That should be really interesting to see how that plays out. Does racism count as hate?
Love will prevail over what happened today.
And for the horror at Appalachia High School, that 14-year-old student, Colt Gray, will be tried as an adult, facing 4 counts of murder and other charges. Lots of questions to be answered in the days and weeks to come.
So yeah, the kid is being tried as an adult. That's the most I have on this particular shooting for you at this time. But while we're talking about gun violence, since we haven't been, I've been sort of, what's the word? I've been trying to not subject you all to all of this, because the fact is I see about, I don't know, a dozen stories about gun violence go by me on my feed every single day that I look through this stuff. But since we're already talking about it, and, you know, this particular shooting is making huge headlines, I figured we'd talk a little bit more about some recent stuff that's happened. This is all basically stuff that happened in the last day. Although this next one we're going to go to first is not from a shooting that happened yesterday, but more recently. This is just an update on this case. Now, if you didn't hear, a San Francisco 49ers football player by the name of Ricky Pearsall was shot by a teenager. I think it was last week. And here's Associated Press talking about this real quick.
I am San Francisco District Attorney Brooke Jenkins, and I am here to announce the charges in connection with the incident that occurred on August 31st, 2024 in Union Square with regard to victim Ricky Pearsall. We have now filed the following charges against the minor who committed the offense on August 31st. In addition to other charges, we have filed attempted murder, including allegations of personal discharge of a firearm and personal and intentional discharge of that firearm.
She could be president someday? That's a good point. That's a good point. She's the DA in San Francisco. Wow, that was... Whew, that came in hot. Well played. I was not prepared for that reference. Very current and on topic. Truly, it's impressive. You deserve one of these right here. That's what you deserve. So yeah, apparently this literal kid, is going to be arraigned on Wednesday. Why, he had access to a gun. I have no idea. Many doctors, the kid, you would not believe how many stories that we don't watch of talking about kids with guns committing gun violence. It's the United States. The guns floweth. The guns floweth in the streets. We have more guns than healthcare. Did I hydrate? Yes, I did hydrate. I saw that, and I was going to address it actually right now. If you didn't hear it, I did hydrate, but also want to congratulate the Aaron Flies, Moanope, and Twitchy Schmeggly 123 on Twitch. I saw those notifications. I will not ignore them. Alright, now let's look at 3 shootings from across the nation really quickly while we're still talking about this. Let's start in LA and make our way across the country. Here's NBC from 12 hours ago. Well, NBC LA specifically. Once again, none of these stories get national attention, even though they happen basically every day. Here we go. 2 men shot in Hollywood. Gunman on the run. NBC LA from 12 hours ago. You visit the GunTube channels?
We want to get to what's happening today.
Wow. Is it what's that about? How's that going?
New this morning, LAPD is searching for a gunman after a shooting overnight in Hollywood. 2 men were shot as they were leaving the Status restaurant and lounge around midnight. The shooter took off running. We are working to find out what led up to the shooting and if the men knew each other. A few Good Samaritans, including a man working security at a nearby bar, rushed to help one of the victims.
Laid him on his side and then saw he had one entrance wound on his back, probably around the middle of his back. So I grabbed the shirt that was right there and I plugged up the hole, applied pressure, and then just kept on talking to him.
Illegal.
You've been doing it for years? Well, You know, I'm honestly not shocked to hear this out of you, but it is funny to hear to hear about regardless. 31 likes. My God, that's impressive. 14. Who is 14? I feel like we don't get 14 a lot. Okay. What was next? Oh yeah. Let's go to Philadelphia. This is from 11 hours ago. Customers were eating outside when man was shot and killed on 2nd Street in Philadelphia's Old City. I need a sound shot from.
It's a heavy morning here. Police are looking for answers.
I need a sound shot from America World Police. Just the America World Police part of the song. Just like 3 seconds of the song, just as a sound shot, because I feel like it's necessary. Like so many times during my day.
It's a heavy morning here. Police are looking for answers after a deadly shooting in a very busy section of Old City.
Yeah, a man was gunned down around 11:30 last night at South 2nd and Chestnut Streets, while many bars and nightclubs were still bustling.
Action News reporter Corey Davis joining us live in Old City with the latest on this investigation, and it's a deadly one, Corey.
Yeah, good morning. And people around here say they don't remember the last time anyone was actually shot and killed in this area. In the meantime, though, those who work at the bars, clubs, and
Exactly, Disco Wolf. The very beginning of the song. America! Fuck yeah! Just those 3 words. That's all we need.
restaurants around here say they are still shaken up this morning after that man was shot and killed. They say customers were eating out here on the sidewalk. People were hanging out and ended up running into a lot of these businesses to seek cover. Today, homicide investigators are still trying to learn what led to a fatal shooting last night at South 2nd and Chestnut Streets in Old City. The area was still crowded at around 11:30 with locals and tourists who were eating and hanging out. We're told most of the businesses have surveillance cameras.
Several of the cameras did record this victim getting shot.
From what police could tell from the surveillance video, they say they saw the 33-year-old victim approach the driver's side of a vehicle and that when the door opened, they saw him collapse to the ground after being shot.
Yeah. All right, one more. Then we'll move on to talk about some other stuff. Here's New York City. From LA to New York. CBS New York from 10 hours ago. That's right, earlier today. Around noontime. 2 shot in fight. Over. That's right. Something very normal to shoot somebody over. Parking space, of course.
Breaking news out of the Bronx this afternoon, where police say 2 people were rushed to the hospital. Detectives tell us they were both shot and the violence stemmed from an argument over a parking spot. John Diaz is live in Cortona Park with the latest. John.
Yeah, well, Sydney, detectives, they are still out here on the scene, this very active scene, still investigating. What we can tell you this afternoon is, according to police, 2 guns were involved in this fight that ended bloody. Now, police tell us this all went down around 9 o'clock this morning. That's when 2 men, they say, got into a fight over a parking spot here on Bryant Avenue, right by Jennings Street in the Cortona Park section of the Bronx. That's when detectives...
I'm pretty sure both of them are alive, thankfully. But this is one of those incredibly dumb stories that really makes you want to...
Rid of the Second Amendment?
Okay. I think the Pokemon game is set up. I think I must have turned it back on. I was trying to do stuff earlier today. By the way, speaking of that, if you are on Twitch, or if you are thinking of using Twitch, I have been updating the Twitch, trying to make it look prettier. Also have some links on there now all set up. Link to my Patreon, also a link to my new Cash app. That's right. If you want to give direct money to the Galactic News Network, You can use Cash App now. That's right. Have a Cash App set up on the app. No intermediaries, but no benefits either. You know, at least not for now. I have considered doing things like I've seen other people do, like donate this much, get a video while watching, or like NCC does, right? And get to a certain goal, and suddenly you take over the whole stream. But as of now, it's just set up for people to be able to directly donate, not have to worry about how much money Twitch or Patreon is taking. And if you just want to just support and not get any of the super sweet benefits that exists. Is that better than Patreon for me? Slightly. I mean, on percentage basis. I would prefer people to, you know, just go for the Patreon. If you're considering donating, go for the Patreon. But if you're already a Patreon sub and you want to donate even more, I would say go for the Cash App. Otherwise, I mean, you know, it's really up to people, of course. There is some money taken by Patreon, technically, so I would make more money from Cash App than Patreon, by like a little bit, like 10%, I guess, like a little bit more, 11%. Is it a one-off? Yeah, no, exactly, yeah. It's like PayPal. Yeah, it's not a subscription service at all. No benefits. Literally just your donations helping keep the Galactic News Network alive. Anyway, we just got off on a tangent because of this Pokemon game. Because I have been setting up some stuff on the Twitch to try and make it more interactive. Hopefully it will become better and better as we go here. Since we're still not monetized on the YouTubes, have been trying to upgrade everything else. Alright, no more gun violence, that's enough. Let's go here, let's talk about, well, I mean, technically, I take it back, I forgot about this story being in this list today. Let's go to this Mark Lamont Hill video from 10 hours ago, discussing a story which we talked about, I want to say like 2 or 3 weeks ago now, involving Sonia Massey, who was gunned down in her own home by a couple of cops after calling them for help. Mark Lamont has been doing a little bit of digging over here and figured we would look through some of this as new evidence has come to light.
New footage has come out, just released, that shows her earlier that day, and I think the video from earlier that day is just as important for 2 reasons, and I'll tell you what those 2 reasons are after you watch the video. But here, I'm pulling the video up now.
Well, we said we could get you in touch with some more help, right?
I got some help. They gave it to me. I got it. I got it, y'all. I promise. I got everything I need. Just need to go do it.
Are you going to head over to Helping Hands today?
I'm going to call down. Yeah.
Oh, they're open. You can probably just go over there.
Yeah.
And you got your medication?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I'm taking it. I wish I could find it so y'all can see when I took it last.
We believe you.
And when I eat, I'm going to take my medicine. I couldn't even sleep a few nights. I almost went to the room. But I knew I needed it for my license. I threw away all my food. My kids and us need food. I don't know where they at. I think they hurt my man.
No, they're at their dad's house. They're worried about you too. Everybody just wants you to be okay. That's all it is.
Everybody just wants.
This is black. It's a black and white difference. You know, night and day.
To be clear, these are different
Sorry.
police officers than the ones
hold on.
who would be part of her death sequence later that night, and that's why the video is so telling.
Sorry, there's so many so many graphics on here. I can't find a place to actually pause it by clicking, but gotta go back. But yeah, as you can see, the difference. I mean, if you recall what happened, I mean, I did go over it just now, but you know, the difference, the stark dichotomy between these two events, and which happened on the same day. This just happened earlier on. The other video happened at night. You know, and the way that it was dealt with was a complete, just oh God, I cannot believe that we're still talking about these sorts of things right now. I thought we were gonna get real reform and all this other stuff, and it just doesn't feel like that's really happening. It's just been complaints about the potential for reform from a bunch of right-wingers and cops, and not a whole lot of actual reform or results. And it's very frustrating. All right, hold on. Let's listen to MLH real quick.
Different police officers than the ones who would be part of her death sequence later that night. And that's why the video is so telling. In this incident, the police were talking to her. They were treating her like a human being. They were reassuring her that her family just wanted her to get help. You also noticed, or you may not have noticed, behavioral health specialists were on the scene, and they talked to Massey before allowing her to drive off. This is the exact opposite of what would happen just 16 hours later, again, when Sheriff's Deputy Sean Grayson, someone with a history of violence, a history of aggression toward women, was allowed to keep walking around, keep patrolling, keep rocking that badge, and ultimately was given the opportunity, given his position as an officer, to kill this unarmed Black woman.
Yeah, and for months went completely unscathed, untouched by any sort of punishment up until very recently, when, you know, because I believe her family got lawyers to dig into this situation. They used the Freedom of Information Act to get a hold of the body camera. And then once the body cam came out, I mean, everybody saw it. I mean, we saw it. It was a fucking travesty. It was an execution in her home, a fucking home, for just calling for help. Really makes you not, you know, if you were still somehow, you know, Blue Lives Matter over there or whatever, if you were still backing the blue, I feel like it's got to make it pretty hard to do such a thing at this point. With examples like this in our face. We're not going to rewatch the video because we already saw it. Actually, we saw it multiple times on this, so we're not going to do it again. It's already, the images are fucking plastered in my brain, probably in yours too. The guy who killed her was an utter asshole. That sounds, yes, that's right. That is correct. We don't even need to do any digging to know that that's true. Zero investigation needed. I can attest to that statement. Let's go here. Here's another troubling situation, unrelated to police. This one is on a college campus. Actually, well, we're going to talk about college campuses multiple times today, apparently. But yeah, let's go to college campuses for one reason right now. This is AP Archive from a day ago. Alabama anti-DEI law shuts down Black Student Union office in the Queer Resource Center. This is fucking nonsense.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
From the abolitionists in the room.
Oh shit, I forgot about the other support character. Yeah. That was kind of the idea of having these things, right? But instead, of course, Alabama can't handle the idea of the existence of people other than, I guess, what is it? Cis white straight people. As the only identity that Alabama is comfortable with, I guess, as a state, and as this university has decided. It seems very clear exactly what they're saying with this sort of legislation, with these sorts of moves at campuses. I mean, can't get any clearer. Really very straightforward message. If you don't identify/appear a certain way, please leave. Didn't Tim call for traitors to be executed? I do remember something along those lines. Wait, no, he didn't do it. No, I take it back. It wasn't Tim. Tim didn't say it. Tim's friend, what's her name? Oh shit, I can't think of it now. Laura Loomer? I think Laura is the one who said it specifically. Tim was just kind of alluding to it. She just came out and said, no, we have to do it. We have to do the capital punishment. But yeah, you're right. It happened on his show, technically, with a guest that he generally supports and ascribes to. Yeah, it's very sad. This is just, why? What's the point of this? Aside from literally repressing people. Repressing the Black Student Union, repressing the queer society here. It's just wrong. I just don't understand how this is happening right now in 2024, the United States. Okay. Now, let's go on to talk about the thing which people are still talking about in chat, which somebody just alluded to before here, and let's talk about this apparent Russian interference in the 2024 elections. Russian election interference 2.0. Well, 2.0, at least in the recent memory. Let's go to BBC News to start it off.
The United States has announced sanctions against some executives of Russia's state-funded news outlet RT and a number of other individuals, accusing them of trying to influence the presidential election in November. Illegal. The US Treasury Department has accused 10 individuals, including RT's editor-in-chief and deputy, and 2 entities of covertly recruiting unwitting American influencers in an attempt to manipulate the vote. Well, the Justice Department says it has seized 32 internet domains used in the influencing effort.
That's a lot.
Under directions of the Russian government.
These websites were designed to appear to American readers as if they were major U.S. news sites like the Washington Post or Fox News. But in fact, they were fake sites. They were filled with Russian government propaganda that had been created by the Kremlin to reduce international support for Ukraine, bolster pro-Russian policies and interests, and influence voters in the United States and in other countries. Internal documents of the Kremlin describe the content as, quote, bogus stories disguised as newsworthy events, close quote. This malign influence campaign has been referred to as doppelganger. The Russian public relations companies drove viewers to these websites by deploying influencers and paid social media advertisements. They also created fake social media profiles, posing as U.S. citizens, post comments on social media platforms with links to the sites. according to SDA's records.
Yeah, I think we know that Russian bots exist. That much is just readily apparent. Twitchy Schmegly. Schmegly is on Twitch and YouTube and is catching all of the Pokemons on Twitch right now. Very impressive. But yeah, let's get deeper into the situation before I talk too much about it, honestly. Let's go here to Forbes breaking news. This is also from around a day ago. Was this Merrick Garland too? No, I think this was who? Matt Miller.
Good afternoon, everyone, and sorry to be late. I'll just start with a couple of announcements before we take questions. The United States has long known that Moscow utilizes a vast collection of tools, including malign influence campaigns and cyber activities, to undermine the interests of the United States, our democratic institutions, and those of our allies. We've seen them do that over many years, both here and abroad. And today, in concert with the Department of Justice and the Department of Treasury, we are revealing the latest actions by the Kremlin to attempt to undermine our democratic institutions. According to information made public today by the Department of Justice, we now know that RT, formerly known as Russia Today, has moved beyond being simply a media organization. We know that RT has contracted with a private company to pay unwitting Americans millions of dollars to carry the Kremlin's message to influence the U.S. elections and undermine democracy. RT's leadership has created and directed this enterprise. Because...
Okay, alright, enough Matt Miller. I think we all hate Matt Miller too much. We don't need it. We don't need him to understand what's happening here. At all. Let's move along. But yeah, at least according to Matt Miller, this was an unwitting collusion, if you will, on the part of the influencers, if you will. Those being people like Dave Rubin and Tim Pool and others. I can't remember all of the names on that list. I think there's at least 5 or 6. The Vanguard boys weren't making shit and gave their sus money. The Vanguard boys. They got sus money over there at the Vanguard? It's news to me. I thought the Vanguard was completely funded by the Patreons. Or the Vanguardians. Alright, Alright, let's go here. Let's go to NBC News from a day ago.
With 2 months to go before the election, the Biden administration says it is cracking down on foreign countries trying to influence opinion in the U.S. The target today, Russia. The DOJ announcing the seizure of 32 internet domains used or sponsored by the Russian government, it says, to spread bogus news stories.
These websites were designed to appear to American readers as if they were major U.S. news sites.
The DOJ also indicting 2 employees of the Russia-funded media company RT, which was banned in the U.S. following the invasion of Ukraine.
Since at least last year, RT has used people living and working inside the U.S. to facilitate contracts with American media figures.
The 2 Russian nationals are accused of...
Now, the fact is, you know, like, in the past, RT has had some good reporting. Like, but it's... I think that's part of their playbook, if you will, right? They put in some good reporting. And then, like, you know, Amy Martin used to work for RT back in the day. I'm thinking, like, what, like 10 years ago now? Until it got, you know, banned, just deleted from the internet. But then it was just littered with a bunch of Russian propaganda as well, right alongside it, right? So it's very difficult to, be too upset about this situation. Although I do question what my thoughts would be if Abby Martin was involved in any of this, because she's kind of, like, I mean, whatever. Hold on. Where is it? Did he delete it? Oh my god, I think he deleted it. Wow, I should have screen capped it. I'm so dumb.
A $10 million scheme to fund and direct a U.S. company producing videos, mostly directed to the publicly stated goals of the Russian government, according to the indictment. It comes a day after former New York State employee Linda Sun pleaded not guilty to taking millions from China in exchange for influencing top levels of the New York State government.
Well, the moment we discovered the misconduct, we fired this individual. I am furious. I'm outraged.
That's right, Chris Hedges used to work for RT. I forgot about that.
By this behavior.
The couple allegedly living a lavish lifestyle with multi-million-dollar homes, luxury cars.
Okay, this is not about what we're talking about. Alright, let's go here. Here's Forbes breaking news from a day ago. Are Russian interference campaigns favoring a candidate in the 2024 race?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Well, I mean,
thanks, Admiral. On the Russian interference, is there any?
Before John here answers this question, I would point out, I think it's pretty clear who they are at least looking to influence, that being Republicans, right? I mean, look at the list of people. Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, just those two names, I think is pretty clear. The rest of the names are also in the sort of online groyping, if you will.
Thanks, Green. Thanks, Admiral. On the Russian interference, is there any indication of at what level this is being apparently approved in Russia? Does this go? I mean, does this go up to Putin's level, for example? And secondly, is there any sign of the this disinformation favouring one or other of the candidates in the U.S. election?
We believe Mr. Putin is witting of these actions. As for your second question, I think, look, in Iran's case, it was very clear. As I mentioned in my opening statement, and I think the Attorney General did too, very clear that they were trying to denigrate former President Trump and involve themselves in his campaign to their detriment. I would say, though, what we talked about in Russia, they are certainly trying to sow discord, feed disinformation.
You ever notice that John Kirby seems to have a look of fear, every second, he's afraid of the words he's about to say. It's always the look I feel like I get from John when he's talking. What I'm about to say is so scary that my face has to say it too.
And try to put narratives out there through voices that the American people might find credible that support their policies, that support their interests, such as trying to diminish support in Ukraine. So it's very consistent with what we've seen, Mr.
Okay. Is domestic disinformation legal? I want to say yes. Because I feel like it's slightly different than misinformation, right? Isn't? Hold on. I feel like I have to look it up now. Because there is a clear difference between misinformation and disinformation. But I don't know. I don't actually know. I kind of want to look it up right now. First, I'm going to do this. actually, I take it back. It's the opposite. Disinformation is intentional misleading, and misinformation is just false. Getting the facts wrong. It's like a Tim Pool, whereas disinformation is more of a Piers Morgan, if you will. Let's go here. Is that being too nice to Piers Morgan? Maybe it is. Does he know that he's wrong all the time? I don't know. Hard to say, really. But I actually don't know. Is disinfo illegal? I'm pretty sure it is. Uh, 18 U.S. Code 35, imparting or conveying false information. Now, this might... Yeah, Section A, whoever imparts or conveys or causes to be imparted or conveyed false information, knowing the information to be false, concerning an attempt or alleged attempt being made or to be made to do any act which would be a crime, prohibited by this chapter or chapter 97 or chapter 111 of this title, shall be subject to a civil penalty of not more than $1,000, which shall be recoverable in a civil action brought in the name of the United States. $1,000, really? Oh, but you could also go to prison for 5 years. That's part B. But that one's more, whatever. We're not going to read this whole goddamn... I'm literally reading an article from Cornell Law School citing this 18 U.S. Code 35. Why I'm doing that, I don't fucking know. Okay. Now, let's go. Let's see. Where are we now? Is that Forbes? That was Forbes. Okay, let's go to this one. This is the Associated Press from 8 hours ago. Putin jokingly says he will support Kamala Harris in the U.S. elections. Wait, what's happening? Why is this in this order? What? Oh, there we go.
Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy.
Wait, this is in the wrong order.
От бизнеса, поэтому если у него было бы какой-то у нас, значит, фаворитом, если можно сказать,
we had the current president, Mr. Biden, as our favorite, if I can call it that, but now he has been taken out of the race. But he recommended that all his allies support Mrs. Harris. That's what we're going to do. We're going to support her. That's first of all. And second of all, if you promised, if you have to do it, right? And secondly, she has such an expressive and infectious laugh. It shows that she's doing so well. I guess that's Putin's attempt at reverse psychology and comedy at the same time. 600,000 Ukrainians are dead because of NATO, because of Biden's warmongering? Yeah, that's just not quite right. I mean, Putin is the one who's invaded Ukraine multiple times now in the last 10 years. He started in 2014 in the Crimea, and then restarted again in 2022 in the rest of Eastern, and, well, he actually tried to take the entirety of Ukraine. And it's not really, you can't blame the existence of NATO for Putin deciding to invade a sovereign nation state. I just don't think that's the way it works. Okay, this was Donald Trump reacting to Vladimir Putin endorsing Kamala Harris for president.
As you alluded to, tariffs are the other side of sanctions. And given that China is our major trading partner with our largest imbalance and possibly our chief national security threat to the United States, how can we better institutionalize trade policy and national security policy to be coordinated?
So I had a great relationship with President Xi of China, really a very close relationship. Now, he likes China, I like us, so I don't want to sound foolish. He was my dear, dear friend. He's a tough guy. He's a fierce person. I say very smart. You know, when you say he's smart, the fake news goes crazy. He said, President Xi is smart. And I say, you know, he controls 1.4 billion people with an iron fist. He's smart. But we had a very good relationship with China until COVID. And when that came in, it was a whole different ballgame as far as I was concerned. You know, we made a great China trade deal, maybe better than the USMCA. And I'd never talk about
where do they put this
what
thing?
happened with COVID for the whole world. $60 trillion in, you know, deaths. 70.
Sorry, I gotta fast forward this.
I think I'll have a great relationship with China. I had one before, and they respected it. $1,000 a year and use it for their military and other things. For your daughter instead of 2 nice dolls. Power. A good relationship with China and with a lot of other countries that we're not getting along with too well today. And things are going to straighten out. We're going to get them straightened out very quickly. Very important that we get along with the rest of the world. You know, we have things today called nuclear weapons. I rebuilt our whole military, including our nuclear capability. And so I got very familiar with it. And, you know, I say this often because I had an uncle who was the longest serving, I believe the longest serving, I was told that by MIT. But he was their 39, I guess, or 41 years longest serving professor in the history of MIT, and nuclear was something he knew a lot about. And we used to talk about it, and I'd say, Uncle John, there's no way. He was telling me about this incredible power that was being unleashed potentially. And I say, Uncle John, you could never, and you know what? He was very modest.
He's very modest, he's a very good guy. At John.
Countries that have at least remnants of it, some of it. But probably 5 countries, if you think. And Kim Jong-un, when I went to the White House after winning in 2016, I sat with President Obama, which is a ritual.
Kim Jong
And you talk, and I said, what's the
really loved me when I was president. He's the very best dictator.
Actually, the answer was yes, and he wasn't responded to, but I did, and we were very safe.
Okay, I cannot remember where this this fucking comment is. We just went through the first, like, half of it. There's no one want to spend the whole time on this one video. Okay. Whatever. We'll look at it tomorrow or something like that. Alright. Now, let's go to this. And that was actually sort of, I like laughed out loud when I saw this on my phone, like on my feed. I was like, is this really happening? Because here's Channel 4 News discussing right-wing influencers in U.S. being paid by Russia. Those influencers being Tim Pool and Dave Rubin. Here we go.
Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy.
For their millions of followers, influencers like Tim Pool and Laura Southern are sticking it to the mainstream media. Contrary, alternative right, independent.
People are at a boiling point, and understandably so. Crowds are gathering in Southport.
For others, though, they're the effluencers, spewing out hate, excavating division, cashing in on the culture wars. The indictment issued by the US Justice Department yesterday doesn't concern itself with that, though. Its focus, an alleged illegal money trail that it says connects alt-right influencers to Vladimir Putin. It's all part of a broader operation by US law enforcement to clamp down on a Russian campaign to influence the American presidential election in November. The devil, though, is...
I gotta say, this is a really bad look for Republicans in general, especially because the people who are being alleged to have been involved in all this are pretty big influencers on the right. Not the biggest, not the very, very biggest ones, but they are big enough that they have a huge following. And, you know, after their claims and cries that the first Russia collusion story was a hoax, this makes it harder to hold on to A, that claim, and B, refute this second one.
the detail of the federal indictment. It's issued against 2 Russian media executives in Moscow, but brings the reader on quite the ride. Here is the gist of it. The indictment alleges that 2 people working for Putin's favorite media outlet in Moscow, RT, funneled around $10 million to a Tennessee-based company, exactly matching the description of Tenet Media. It was founded by right-wing YouTuber Lauren Chen and her husband Liam Donovan. The company then distributed the money to its stable of content creators.
Illegal.
The influencers on Tenet's book include Tim Pool, Lauren Southern, Dave Rubin and Benny Johnson. The indictment does not say that Moscow told the influencers themselves directly what to say. Today, Pool and some of the others addressed the issue and said they were duped by the Russians, the very definition, according to some, of a useful idiot.
Did you read the indictment?
Now, apparently, Tim Pool is getting paid $100,000 per video that he was doing. Pretty incredible amounts of money that was getting funneled to these people. You gotta wonder if there was somehow more coming in there than that 10 million, considering those numbers that I'm hearing. Because you gotta figure, I mean, $100,000 a video goes pretty quick. You know, money goes pretty quick at that rate. And Timcast, I mean, goddamn, Tim Pool's making videos constantly. Exactly. All he had to do was his show that he was doing already. That's what I'm saying. He was already making a ridiculous amount of money for the lack of effort that he puts in, for the subsequent effort that goes into this fucking show of his. Like, he's been raking it. He has enough money for a compound and a skate park and everything else, right? I mean, dude is banking on just pure nothingness, and yet somehow somebody somewhere thought he needed even more money. Oh my god, $100,000 a video. Ethics are stupid. By the way, have you heard about the fact that I have a Cash App now? Well, there's a link in chat right there. Just fucking with you. Alright. Let's go on. Let's go on and talk about Wait, I lost my place. Yes, that's right. The 2020 election interference indictment, which is apparently going forward. It's fantastic to hear. I think previously, at least when we heard about the news that they had decided, in light of the Supreme Court ruling, not to go forward based upon the charges, including acts deemed, what's it called again? Official. It has now been amended and is apparently going forward. Let's go to CBS here from 12 hours ago. As apparently Trump appeared in court to plead not guilty to these new charges in the revised 2020 election interference case. Go.
Okay, we want to bring you back to Washington, where former President Donald Trump has officially entered a plea in the election interference case that he is facing. Not guilty, says the former president. A reminder that this stems from a superseding indictment filed by special counsel Jack Smith. CBS News congressional correspondent Scott MacFarlane is joining me now on the phone from outside the courtroom. Scott, what are you learning?
And nothing surprising here. They forecast this in the briefings and the filings before today's procedures. But through his attorneys, Donald Trump has entered formally not guilty pleas to those same 4 federal felony counts he faces for election subversion. It's the 4 counts from that superseding indictment that was filed last week by the special counsel. It has now been formally pled as a not guilty plea through his defense lawyers here today.
All right, Scott. I know that this is still sort of a developing story. We'll check back in with you a little bit later. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Okay. Let's go to one more story about this same thing.
Judge Tanya Chutkan has just adjourned today's hearing in a federal courtroom here in Washington on the federal subversion case against Donald Trump. CNN's senior crime and justice reporter Caitlin Polantz was inside the courtroom throughout this entire process this morning. Give us a little flavor of what was going on inside. We saw your reporting, and we were putting it on the left part of our screen during the course of this hearing.
Yeah, Wolf, there were a couple things to note here. The first is that moment where Judge Tanya Chutkan jumped in. There was a spicy banter going on between her and Donald Trump's attorney, John Lauro, about how long it should take for everyone to get together all of the evidence, the briefing, the legal arguments, to talk about presidential immunity. Trump's team obviously wanted to slow things down. They were going back and forth very quickly in the courtroom, so much so that the court reporter had to say, hold on, you're talking over one another, judge and defense attorney. And then John Lauro said, you know, there's a very sensitive time in our nation's history, and that's when you could see he lost the judge. Judge Tanya Chutkan sat back in her chair, she sighed, and then she put a finger up, stopped the banter, took a pause, and said, let's discuss what the sensitive time is here. The election is not relevant to the timeline, and that just put a different flavor across the courtroom of the discussions about timing here. And she pulled it back to say, we're going to talk about what's actually needed, what I can do here, and how to move this forward. She didn't put a trial date on the calendar, and she didn't put a timeline down yet. She does say she is going to set one up for later today, hopefully, if she can put that out. But what the subtext here, she didn't want that this is not about the presidential election, Donald Trump running for presidency, and whether or not the Justice Department is able to put forward evidence before November. The other thing I want to point out here, Wolf, is there was a lightness to this proceeding. Nobody has been in this courtroom before Judge Chutkan since last October, and even Jack Smith, we haven't seen him in a courtroom for some time. He was there today. His beard is a lot longer than the last time.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, that seems very... That's where we're going to cut it off. When you start talking beard length. That's probably information that we don't need right now. Alright, let's let's go on and talk about the election itself. Started off here, BBC News. This is from 2 days ago. 7 swing states set to decide the 2024 US election. Can you guess which ones?
"63 days to go. That's 9 weeks to Election Day in America, and as is always the case after Labor Day, the sprint is on. A week today will come the first presidential debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Absentee ballots will be mailed out in North Carolina on Friday. Yes, Friday. Early voting starts in Pennsylvania in 2 weeks' time, and today the vice president is out with a new ad on the economy.
We all know costs are too high, but while corporations are gouging families, Trump is focused on giving them tax cuts. But Kamala Harris is focused on you.
Building up the middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency.
She'll make groceries more affordable by cracking down on price gouging. And she'll cut housing costs by taking on corporate speculators. Middle-class families build America. We need a leader who has their back.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Yeah, in the national polling, Kamala is in the lead, but it's not about national mood. It's the polling in the 6 or 7 swing states that really counts. That is what will decide this. And in those states, well, it's within the margin.
Yeah, did anybody else?
Clear leader. The key.
Did anybody else have those 7 states on their card? Because that, yeah, I think we all knew. This is the general layout of things. There's a lot of very well decided states, and then there's these 7.
And in those states, well, it's within the margin of error. No clear leader. The key issue in any election in the final few weeks is momentum, which for now does appear to be with Harris. The clearest evidence of that, the Gallup poll out last week, measuring the change in electoral enthusiasm among Democrats and Republicans. Democrats have a 14-point edge on Republicans among those who are likely to lean their way. That's a major shift from polling in March. Biden, then the candidate, of course. Republicans back in March had a 4-point lead. You can talk about policy, Wills. You can talk about the threat on the other side that each would perceive. But if you have people on your team who are enthusiastic, who want to vote, that really does make a difference, doesn't it?
I mean, the change has been staggering since Biden was on the ticket. There was a USA Today Suffolk poll out today, which shows enthusiasm has gained by almost 20 points among some Democrats. The momentum is really behind Kamala at the moment. The Trump campaign have been hoping it was just a honeymoon period after the DNC, and it seems to be going on. And it shows how pivotal next week's debate is going to be, because the tide is with Kamala, the enthusiasm is with Kamala. Democrats were they sensed they were stuck in the mud with Biden as the candidate. They didn't see a future, and now they do. And, you know, Trump, again, is something some would say of in the past. And so...
Yeah, that's what it's feeling like. I think even Donald Trump's own supporters are getting tired of his old routine. He's doing all these sort of reruns of past. The last stream we did, we spent a good portion of the stream looking at him currently, just talking about the past. You know, it's not in a make America great again sort of thing. It's just more like America used to be good. Why can't it be like that anymore? We were #1 on TV, 41 likes. What? That's a lot of likes. Bloop. Gary has blooped in, everybody. There we go. How are we doing on time? By the way, I was very restrained today. Only 100. I only started with 130 videos. First off, and then I very studiously cut that down to an even more manageable 115 videos. So I'm doing really good. We're killing it right now. All right, let's go here. CBS News from a day ago. Let's see, CBS rating those 7 battleground states live on air.
Welcome back to America Decides. We are less than 9 weeks out from Election Day, and it is a very tight race. Our polling finds Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are neck and neck in the battleground states. CBS News Executive Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, joins us now. So, Anthony, you know, we were just talking with the panel about how we're coming off these 2 conventions. We have so much money pouring into this race, and yet it is a neck-and-neck race. Tell us where this race stands now in these battlegrounds.
Hey, in a word, Caitlin, it's close. In 2 words, it's close and tight. This is a map that illustrates it, and get used to this. We're going to watch this a lot. The states in white are those battleground states that we keep talking about.
Did I preview 130 videos?
Not only because...
Not quite. Not quite. I had 130 videos. Then there were a few that I got started watching. I was like, no. Have some goddamn restraint. And so I saved it for later in my other Save for Later playlist and deleted it from this one. So some of those I did not watch in entirety. So it was, like I said, more like 115.
Are close,
but I do watch all of them, or at least listen to all of them. Sometimes I don't watch them all. That's just a fact. But I do try and at least get some grasp on what the fuck is happening here.
Start to see the paths that each of these candidates might have through the electoral map to winning, right? So just hypothetical, Kamala Harris might try to win what's called the blue wall, the upper Midwest states. Most times they go Democratic in recent history, but not always, okay? She also might have a different kind of route through the Sun Belt, through North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. That'd get her over 270. The story there, fast-growing, diversifying states, maybe that's a possibility. But for Donald Trump, you know, he's got lots of paths too. One I'd illustrate here is he could win Georgia, which he didn't in 2020, win North.
He could, but right now he's actually, I believe, down in all 3 of these states. Hold on, I'm pulling up a poll. I'll keep watching this while I do that.
Carolina, which he did in 2020, and then Pennsylvania, y'all were talking about how critical that is. If he flips Pennsylvania back, then he gets to 270. Lots of different combinations, though I will say this. A, remember, not national polls, it's states that matter. And 2, that even when you're looking at all this, little shifts in the polling in these states, 1 points, 2 points, that all is going to come down to turnout. That is not a big deal, 1 or 2 point moves. These states are all close.
Anthony, I'm so jealous that you get to play around with this map and all of these scenarios. It's what I like to do in my free time as well. But watching these polls in these battleground states that you were doing, what is standing out to you in these states?
Well,
what should we watch for?
Yeah, and by the way, I share that hobby. In December, well, I'll turn to other hobbies, but it is the map at this point. Look, here are our latest CBS CBS estimates.
I guess they're tied in Pennsylvania.
1 point difference, even 2 points. This illustrates what I was saying, which is, besides margin of error, which is always important, you realize there are other uncertainties here. All that money you talked about at the top of this, that's going to go voter by voter, people walking precincts, people targeting them online with advertising, because that's where somebody votes, somebody doesn't vote. You
can't believe it's this close. What the fuck, America? you know, there's some. I totally hear what you're saying, but there's something that I always keep in the back of my mind at all times. I don't know if it's just because I'm a cynical person, but what was it? 70 million people voted for Donald Trump in the 2020 election, right? And so that's like 1 in 5 people. That's including children, right? Like babies, right? Of course, babies didn't vote. So, you know, in terms of voting age people, like it's a huge number, like percentage-wise, of people out there, like of adult people that you're running into on a daily basis, right? My God, you got like a 1 in, I want to say like a 1 in 3 chance of running into somebody, like the person next to you. You have 1 in 3 chance the person next to you voted for Donald Trump. Granted, it goes up and down depending on where you live and blah blah blah. But I'm just saying, if you were to just plop Americans down randomly, a group of them into a place, you get what I'm saying. They're not polling the newly registered. That's a good point. Wasn't thinking about that. Let's go here to talk more about this, where they analyze these numbers even further. This is also from CBS from a day ago. No CNN polls today.
Brand new polling has the presidential race in a dead heat. The CNN poll found several states
I take it back.
within the
It's a
margin of
CNN
error.
poll.
That includes Pennsylvania, where
Even on a day when we're not watching a CNN video, it's a CNN poll on a CBS. God damn you people.
candidates are in a virtual tie. For more on this, let's bring in our esteemed political panel, Haima Moore and Lance Trover. Haima served as director of the office of the DNC chair,
like 50%
and Lance served
at
as
best.
the campaign spokesman for Doug Burgum's presidential campaign. Gentlemen, great to see you here. So I just keep thinking about all of the conventions, all of the money that's being poured into these races.
Is no one going to
and
answer the
It
Canadian?
is essentially.
Which Canadian? Are we talking about a Canadian? Are you talking about me answering a chat? Sorry, there's been a bunch of chats. I see a bunch of things happening. Sometimes I can't read all the chats, you know? You're the Canadian that I'm ignoring? Well, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm going to need you to
A virtual tie. I want to start with you, Haima, just coming off
clarify.
of the Democratic National Convention. What do you make of that? I mean, I know Kamala Harris has described herself as an underdog, but kind of all the momentum that she was getting during the convention, are we seeing any kind of dissipation of that?
No, I don't think we are seeing dissipation of that. But here's the reality. So we knew that this race was going to be a dead heat from the beginning. Even when Joe Biden was the candidate for the Democrats, it was always a dead heat. The country is divided in a way that is apparent in these polling. So you're going to go state by state, and it's very difficult to say.
I mean, here's the thing. While all of these are within the margin of error of this particular poll, of course, margin of errors change poll to poll. This one is 4.9%, which is enough to, at least in almost every single instance here, swing it for either candidate, right? But if you notice, there's only one state here in which Kamala Harris is down in, which is pretty fucking huge. We've been talking about how, you know, for weeks now, ever since she became the new nominee for president for the Democrats, that she could absolutely be gaining in some of these states where Joe Biden was just doing abysmally. Your Nevadas, you know, Georgias. And it would appear that she's doing just that. And if the election goes the way that this, just these 5 states, right, 6 states right here, well, 5 states, because technically if we leave it the way it is, Trump would win here in Arizona 49-44. But in all these other 5, that would give her well over 270, assuming she wins the other normal states here, New York, California, and so on and so forth.
one state's red, one state is blue. This is going to be the case for the next few weeks. It may be the case up until Election Day. But I do think that Kamala Harris still has a lot of momentum. She's running a really sound campaign. She and Tim Walz understand that the only thing that counts right now is getting the voters to vote.
And Lance, I want to put on your NRSC hat for a little bit, because what's also interesting.
We're going to skip the rest of this interview. It gets more and more awkward and weird. Okay. Is there a possibility that they both could tie? There is. There is a possibility, technically. Mathematically speaking, they could tie. What is it? 269 to 269. Do you only have 2 spirit animals? I see 4. Do I not see 4? There's 4 there. What's up here? Is this 4 too? I see 4 and 4. What are you talking about, So Life? Omega Star says hydrate. And yet, I've run out of my drink that I was drinking. We're very close to the break. Alright, hold on. I'm going to grab another drink. Let's go here. This is CNN from a day ago. Mysterious blue dots are popping up on lawns across key battleground states. Sorry, across this key battleground state. Here's what they mean.
Given all the focus on Pennsylvania by candidates, campaign reporters, and certainly our panel members, tonight there's also the possibility that the road to the White House runs through deep red Nebraska. That's because Nebraska divides up its electoral votes between its deep red areas and one that's not only up for grabs, but could also break a potential electoral college tie. CNN's Jeff Zeleny explains.
These blue dots are popping up on lawns across Omaha. Signs of a campaign where not only every vote counts, but where every electoral vote is critical.
We debated back and forth, and we went for it and said, well, I think the mystery is kind of cool. And it turned out to be a huge win.
Because it's starting conversations.
Exactly. We had no idea the conversations would go.
And that's the important part, because as soon as...
It's the conversations. So yeah, this is in Nebraska. And blue dots are appearing everywhere for some reason. Why are there no red dwarf characters? Like, you mean for the emotional support characters? That's basically, that was the decision of the Galactic Stream Nation. It was the Space Fams who made this choice. We had an entire democratic process, including multiple exploratory committees, weeks of voting, and eventually, we came to these final 20 characters. If you're in the Galactic Newsroom Discord, you can see, I think there's still a channel in the Discord that'll show you this sort of transpiration of events. I don't know if that's a word. Transposition? No, that's not the right word. Sure, whatever.
Start the conversation, you have a full conversation.
Ruth Hibner Brown and her husband Jason are suddenly having more conversations about the blue dot, symbolizing a democratic island in a sea of Nebraska red, and the state's unique way of dividing electoral votes.
It's plausible that we could have a tie, and that whole notion of, oh, my vote doesn't matter, kind of gets really tossed out the window, because this could be it. This could be the deciding factor.
For all of the pathways for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump to reach the White House, the race for 270 electoral votes could come down to Nebraska's sprawling 2nd District. And here's why. If Harris carries the 3 blue wall battleground states, and Trump wins the swing states across the Sun Belt, a single electoral vote surrounding Omaha could keep the race from becoming
a single sad electoral vote right here. East Nebraska. on the border of was that Iowa? Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Decided by the House of Representatives.
Well, hello, Nebraska.
A not-so-secret weapon for Democrats could...
You're right. Kowalski could swing the election. Bovine's making a great point. Where's Kowalski? He doesn't subscribe to this channel. How can we tell him? God damn it, this is why having a small YouTube channel so sad.
Walz, who was born and raised here before moving to...
He's at least 3 times as big.
Tony Vargas believes the Harris-Walz ticket will also help Democrats win control of Congress, starting with his race here, which is among the country's most competitive.
We have suburban, we have rural, we have urban, we have all different walks of life, you know, all different
I
races,
keep trying to call in
but really this is a truly independent place.
on the majority report. Speaking of Kowalski, I keep trying to call in on the majority report, and I almost always get hit with full phone line. So that's unfortunate. I don't know if any of you happen to try to call in ever, but it can be tough.
Republican Congressman Don Bacon has thrived and survived politically because of that independent streak of the district.
Alright, that's enough of this. Let's go along. You know, we should get everybody from the Galactic Stream Nation to start calling into the majority report to shout out the Galactic News Network. And then we'll get to 500 subs. And maybe we'll get Kowalski up in here. You can tell him that the entire election rides on him. I can see it all clearly, chat. It's all in front of us. That said, I can't see clearly where I left. Ah, here I am. Okay. I guess we'll start here. Let's go to talking some more election stuff. Here's Forbes breaking news from a day ago. Donald Trump had some stuff to say about Kamala Harris's future presidency.
Trump cash versus Kamala crash. We're going to have a crash like 1929 if she gets in. It will not be pretty. Thank you. This election is about the economy, inflation, open borders, illegal immigration, respect for our nation, preventing World War III and a 1929-style depression, which will happen if Kamala Harris gets into office. I've always said that...
Wow. Kamala Harris, apparently, will bring about a 1929-style depression. Interesting. I wonder what his evidence for that is. Exactly.
Vote with their stomach, and food is now at an all-time...
And people know how much I like. I'm always eating. Kamala doesn't even eat. Or eat. I think so. Uh-oh. Did the stream just lag? Anyone else? I just saw a laggy circle. Don't appreciate that. It's very, very rude.
How rude.
Oh my god, yeah. Lagging hard. What the fuck happened? Oh, and my device is behind by 30 seconds now, too. Cool. Alright. Let's go here. Click on Detroit, Local 4 from a day ago. Click on Detroit is going to discuss something called code switching.
Tonight we're
we're looking into comments over how Vice President Kamala Harris delivered her remarks while campaigning in Detroit and Pittsburgh on Labor Day. It's not the first time the Trump campaign has challenged how the Democratic presidential nominee presents herself, but this latest attack revolves around her accent. As our Will Jones explains, there's a term for this. Will.
Kimberly, it's called code switching. It's when people alter their speech depending on who they're speaking to. A local career coach says she does it often, and she says it is necessary as a black woman.
There are some racial undertones. I mean, you can't deny that, most definitely.
Detroit City Council President Mary Sheffield responding to the Trump campaign's social media post comparing excerpts of Vice President Kamala Harris's Labor Day remarks in Detroit and Pittsburgh. The caption saying, "Let's see if you can spot the difference."
Since when does the Vice President have what sounds like a Southern accent?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Career coach Linda Talaferro says she often changes how she communicates, particularly in the workplace. And at times, she says it's a matter of survival as a black woman.
We want to make sure that what you see doesn't trip you up from what the message I'm trying to deliver. So I don't have a problem code switching. As I said, will I do it often?
Code switching is the ability to switch between languages.
I like to use the term mirroring, because that's all I'm doing is mirroring my audience such that you get my message. It's really that simple.
The Harris campaign saying they're not taking the bait on these types of attacks.
Donald Trump will talk about any issue besides the real issues that matter to Michiganders and to voters across this country. He traffics in the cheapest and just the most divisive tropes.
Yep. Now, I personally never even noticed it, but this is a real thing, and it is kind of racist for Donald Trump to be claiming this. It's just a continuation of what he's been doing as it relates to the, is Kamala Harris black? She became black and blah blah blah. It's just a new iteration of that. Oh, that's what I forgot to put in here that I was going to do. Damn it, and I don't even know it, because this isn't even a skit. This is a... but Key and Peele actually talked about this one, and they did it good. I wish I... Oh, God, I can't think of what episode it's from. Or I try and pull it up right now. I was going to, but then I got distracted by other stuff. Alright, let's go to here. Here's Forbes breaking news from 9 hours ago. Kamala Harris touches down in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania to prepare for Tuesday's debate with Donald Trump. Oh, God. I know he's a senator, but it just makes me so sad to see her hug him. I'm not gonna lie. When I see her hug him, this is what goes through my mind.
Illegal.
Okay. But yeah, apparently she's already in Pennsylvania doing preparations for the debate. Not sure what exactly that entails. He didn't want the hug. He didn't even want the hug. Maybe she's just not pro-Israel enough for him? I don't know. Maybe he's planning to do a mansion. He's going to switch to supporting Donald Trump. I don't know. I see you, good for Gabby. I actually meant to respond to you earlier, but there's always so many chats, and it's like, you know, there's something about keeping track of multiple things in your head. Like, all right, keeping track of, like, you're listening, I'm like, you know, this is what's happening in my head. Like, I'm listening to the fucking videos, I'm watching the videos, trying to comment on things, making sure I don't miss stuff there. Also attempting to, at the same time, read all of your messages. Or at least, you know, I usually try to read the quick ones, because the long ones are pretty, you know, taxing. But yeah, so I'm over here like, okay, remember to respond to that message when you're done with this. And then I get to the end of the thing, like, I'll be like, oh, when you get to the end of this video, remember to respond to this person about this thing. And then it completely goes by me, and then I don't remember that thing for like 30 minutes, and then 30 minutes goes by. I'm like, oh my god. ADHD is tough to manage, so true. So true. I also have like 100 things happening in front of me. Like, multitasking in general is difficult for humans. And I am doing a lot of the multitasking here behind my desk in space. Oh, this is a very fancy lamp you see in front of me. Alright, no more German accent. That's enough. Why are you awake? I don't know. Alright, focus. Where are we? Oh, God. I forgot I have this in here. Jesus Christ. This is going to be a long stream. By the way, if you're enjoying this stream, do consider donating on one of the available apps, either Patreon or Cash App or Twitch. Alright, now let's go to this. And we're not going to watch much of it. But this is where... This is... Honestly, I don't know if I have time to deal with this. Here's 25 minutes of Piers Morgan agreeing with Matt Walsh about everything. Here's Piers Morgan Uncensored from 7 hours ago.
They go to dinner and you pay them thousands of dollars and they just sit at your dinner table and call you racist for 2 hours. People pay for this.
You cannot separate yourselves from the bad white people.
The entire system has to burn. Whiteness robs you of your brain. People almost dare not talk about it. For fear of immediately being called a racist.
If you genuinely don't think that you are racist, then you're not.
I'm sorry, what?
What now? Vice President Harris has been accused of adopting a fake urban accent to appeal to black and working class
And it
voters.
makes Piers Morgan
delivering the same
giddy.
speech in two different voices, just a few hours.
Look at the excitement on Piers Morgan's face when he says it. He's like, oh, she's been accused of having a fake accent. Oh, this is exciting for me. I have Matt Walsh, my good friend, here to talk about it. Oh, God, this is really just a great moment for him right now, isn't it? He's having a banner day.
Black and working class voters after delivering the same speech in two different voices, just a few hours apart.
You better thank a union member for sick leave. You better thank a union member for paid leave. Thank unions for sick leave. Thank unions for paid family leave.
Many people making this observation.
So those are the clips. Those are the fucking clips. You saw it. I mean, the difference is so slight. It is barely perceptible. And it could just have to do with feeling a certain way on a particular day, just being more or less excited. I mean, you know, using a contraction instead of... It's just like, who gives a shit? Piers Morgan gives a shit.
been accused of racism, as was former President Trump, for claiming that Harris only recently started identifying as black. Whether it really matters or not is besides the point.
Illegal.
What's striking is the taboo and how difficult it now is to ask questions about race without being promptly branded a racist. Matt Walsh's documentary, What is a Woman?, shone an uncompromising light on gender insanity, and his new movie,
Jesus
Am I a Racist?,
Christ.
turns its glare on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And he joins me now. Matt, great to have you back on Uncensored.
Hi, Pierce. Thanks for having me.
Just want to start before we get into the movie, which is great, by the way, as was the last one.
Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean about this? He gets Matt Walsh on here, and he is excited. He is at peak Piers, right? Like, he's vibing. Practically electric vibe in the Uncensored studio right now.
Kamala Harris and her accent. Is it racist to even ask why she's talking in a different accent?
No, I mean...
Yes.
Of course not. And look, many Democrat politicians in particular have done this, where they take on a different tone, a different accent, depending on the audience. It's just that with Kamala Harris, we get this really, especially the most recent thing, where it's the exact same lines she's giving a couple of hours apart, and it's just, of course, it.
Wow. Matt Walsh is obsessed with this, and Piers is here for the ride.
It's very noticeable. Everybody notices it, and it's insulting to the intelligence of the people that she's trying to pander to. And on top of it, as many have pointed out, you know, the accent she puts on, it sounds like Foghorn Leghorn or something. It's not, it doesn't even sound like what she's trying to make it sound like. So, because she grew up in Montreal, Canada, and so she should just embrace that fact about herself and be authentic. That's all we're really asking for. Is
But
just
in a way, it's a prime...
Be authentic is what we want.
Right.
Wait, I thought she... Hasn't Donald Trump been talking about how she grew up in Berkeley, California? Like, I'm pretty sure, and J.D. Vance said it too. Everybody on the Republican team, and he's talking about Montreal, Canada. It's the first time I'm hearing about it. It's literally the first time I'm hearing about it, Matt. My God.
I mean, in a way, it's a prime...
Exactly, GeoDragon, Oakland, right? Yeah, like outside of Berkeley. Like, she was... This is just, yeah, classic. But the fact is, we're not going to watch this whole thing. Piers is here for the ride. He loves this. I watched this whole thing. You don't have to watch it. There isn't a single time at which Piers Morgan disagrees with anything that Matt Walsh has to say. And assume to yourselves that Matt Walsh pretty much says all of the worst things that he's ever said. Aside from saying that 15-year-old girls are on the table, he pretty much hits all of his worst talking points ever. And Piers Morgan is fully on board. I just find it hilarious that in other interviews that we've seen, Piers Morgan is continuously and ad nauseum claiming to be not a conservative. Meanwhile, it feels like him and Matt Walsh are about to start a best friends club. Like they're about to knit bracelets, you know, it literally is the next 22 minutes exactly are just these two having a great time as pals who agree on everything. And it's weird. It's off-putting. Probably not to be unexpected, but I mean, for anybody who is somehow disillusioned into thinking that Piers Morgan is a moderate or whatever that means, or some sort of even-keeled voice of the center, as he's always trying to portray himself as. Imagine saying the same thing about Matt Walsh. Can't be done. Can't be done. All right. Now, let's go on to talk about stuff that's happening right now as campuses are starting up the new semester protests, well, things, the what do you call it? The state of affairs on campuses has changed, and it is affecting protests. Okay, let's go Democracy Now! As they had on a number of guests to talk about this topic.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined with Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. As students return to school for the fall, we spend the rest of the hour looking at how university administrators continue to crack down on Gaza solidarity student protests and professors. An op-ed in the Chronicle of Higher Education called it a, quote, assault on the truth. We begin with a guest who last joined us in May after he was attacked by name during a congressional hearing about pro-Palestine protests on college campuses.
Shit.
As Republican Congressmember Jim Banks grilled Northwestern...
Sorry, chat. I have to pee. I'll be right back. Yeah. Okay. I'm back. Just needed to pee. Alright, let's go back to watching this.
University President Michael Schill. He singled out Northwestern University journalism professor Stephen Thrasher, who'd been to the Gaza Solidarity encampments at Northwestern in Chicago and other schools as a professor and as a journalist.
Stephen Thrasher, who's one of the goons in the photo behind me. He's
Wow.
a professor of journalism at Northwestern.
Goon?
He and several of your faculty members locked arms.
Does he look like a goon? He looks like a dorky old professor, is what he looks like, with the, you know, who happens to be at a protest. He doesn't in any way appear to be a goon. I don't see any sort of visible sort of signs of gooning, or goonerificness, or any of the other sorts of derivations of goons.
They scuffled with police officers, blocked the police officers on your campus from doing their job. Do they continue to teach students at Northwestern University after this embarrassing incident?
So I will not comment on individual faculty members
President,
nor
is
on
it
matters.
your decision and your decision alone to allow those professors?
I love how this is what the government feels it necessary to spend time and money and resources on. Going after specific professors at universities of universities. This is the literal new McCarthy era. You know, it's not being hyperbolic when I say that, right? I don't think it is.
To continue to teach students on your campus?
We believe in due process at the at Northwestern University.
You believe in due process except for the decision that you made about Coach Fitzgerald?
We followed the contract.
Have
that
your
was
cake and eat it
process.
too.
We had an investigation, but I'm not going to go on and on about that.
After this congressional hearing, Northwestern filed charges against Professor Stephen Thrasher for allegedly obstructing police at the encampment, which Cook County prosecutors dropped. Since then, Professor Thrasher has continued to speak out, but students at Northwestern will not see him in their classrooms as they return to campus because he's been suspended with pay, as Northwestern says he's under investigation. He's joining us today in New York to publicly speak about this for the first time. Stephen Thrasher is an acclaimed journalist and author of The Viral Underclass, The Human Toll When Inequality and Disease Collide. His forthcoming book is called The Overseer Class, Representation as Repression. He is at the Medill School of Journalism at Northwestern University, chair of social justice and reporting. Professor Thrasher, welcome back.
Yeah, I just think it's incredible. The guy with such sorts of qualifications would be getting painted as some sort of a goon, right? It is insane. Award-winning journalist. He's the actual the journalism professor at the school, and or at least a journalism professor at this school. He, you know, and yet he's painted in this way, and he's not the only one, right? We've seen just countless. I mean, at least at this moment, I don't have the exact number, but like more than a dozen different instances that I can think of, different professors or faculty at schools being targeted in these sorts of hearings, in a very similar cases. But the fact is that the school has chosen to suspend him, and it's, you know, it's a little insane. This dude is a journalist, and for using his free speech, he is being suspended. And not in some sort of way where he's like attacking anybody, telling them, I don't know, like say in a Jordan Peterson-esque way, telling them that they don't, that you have mental illness or whatever else, and that you don't exist. And I can't remember exactly what Jordan Peterson had claimed back when he was still a professor, but you know, in this particular instance, he's just standing up for people, and that is somehow actionable.
Democracy Now! Why don't you explain in your own words what has happened to you since the Gaza protests?
Thanks for having me, Amy. So at the Gaza encampment, as you saw in the video, I was one of a number of professors and graduate students who surrounded our students to try to make sure that nobody hurt them. The day before, there had been horrific violence at several other universities where we'd seen that students had been brutally hurt by university police. And I was on Democracy Now! And did some therapy and thought things were kind of going okay by the time that I finished the school year and planned to go offline for the summer to work on my next book. I was out of the country for the whole summer. And actually the day that I had left the United States and landed in Europe, I found out that the Northwestern police wanted to talk to me, and eventually found out that I was one of 4 people that they're pressing charges against. Now, it was really disturbing. This was many months after the fact. Like many other situations and other campuses, most of the all four of us had been very outspoken who were being charged, and most of us were LGBTQ people. And we found out that they were pressing these charges. And the state of Illinois had thrown out all kinds of other cases. They threw out our case as well. But the day that I found out that the state of Illinois was throwing out the charges, I also found out that my fall classes had been canceled and that I was not going to be allowed to teach in the fall pending an investigation. So this was, of course, very upsetting, particularly, and this is something I'm hoping that Professor Franke might speak about as well, particularly because my classes were very LGBTQ classes. I'm the Daniel Renberg Chair of Social Justice and Reporting with a focus on the LGBTQ community. And I also was teaching a class on LGBTQ recording methods and viruses and viral media. So my...
Wow. That's like a 2-for-1. You know, you can get rid of pro-Palestinians and pro-LGBT people at the same time. Wow. I'm shocked that the university didn't jump at this opportunity sooner. Sorry if my sarcasm is going too far. Hold on.
At Columbia University School of Law in New York. Stephen Thrasher, your message to the returning academic community, to professors and students alike.
My message is we have nothing to be ashamed of. We have nothing to be afraid of. We are doing something that is very important. And back in October, I'm not yet tenured. I'm filing for tenure, and I plan to file for tenure on schedule this fall because I think that my record deserves to let me have that, that hearing. But back in October, after everything started getting really, really bad in Gaza, I made a video asking, you know, should untenured professors like myself talk about this? And I said, absolutely, because it's a moral issue. If you become tenured trying to stay silent through this stuff, you'll become the kind of professor you don't want to be. And even though I have been physically beaten up by the...
Yeah, I mean, if your job's security rests upon your not using your First Amendment right, I would say that's
illegal.
Okay. Alright, let's go on. There's more that Democracy Now! Did. Let's go to this one. This is all the same. This all got released same day. These all got done at the same time.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As we continue our look at the academic war on dissent on college campuses, we're joined now by another acclaimed professor who has long been outspoken in her support of Palestinian rights and could lose her job at the Columbia University School of Law after she was denounced in a congressional hearing, and more. Columbia University School of Law professor Catherine Franke is a member of the executive committee of the Center for Palestine Studies on the Board of Palestine Legal. In April, then president of Columbia University, Manoush Shafiq, was grilled at a congressional hearing on allegations of anti-Semitism on campus by New York Republican Congressmember Elise Stefanik.
Let me ask about Professor Catherine Franke from the Columbia Law School, who said that all Israeli students who have served in the IDF are dangerous and shouldn't be on campus. What disciplinary action has been taken against that professor?
I agree with you that...
I mean, if they're... I don't know, if they're members of a foreign military, they're on the United States soil and United States schools. I don't know, it does sound dangerous, actually. Now that you're saying it to me. I don't know if anything needs to be done, but, I wonder what we would do if there were Russian military operatives going to school in whatever, New York City. I think Manoush Shafiq, she's Columbia, right?
Those comments are completely unacceptable and discriminatory.
But I'm asking you what disciplinary action has been taken.
She has been spoken to by a very senior person in the administration, and she has said that that was not what she intended to say.
Do you see the concern that speaking to these professors is not enough, and it's sending a message across the university that this is tolerated, these anti-Semitic statements from a position of authority in professors in the classroom is tolerated?
That was in April.
Anti-Semitogen. That's right. Anti-Semitogen to even discuss criticism of Israel or IDF military soldiers being on campus during the middle of a genocide. I think it proposes, I mean, at least poses some kind of a question. I don't know what you do about this. Honestly, I don't know if how many other sorts of foreign countries that we allow their military to go to our schools. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. This is genuinely something I don't know.
Two Columbia University professors then claimed Professor Catherine Franke had created a hostile environment for Israeli members of the Columbia community after she appeared on Democracy Now! In January to discuss a chemical attack on pro-Palestinian student activists at Columbia. Let's go to some of that interview with Professor Franke.
Columbia has a program with a graduate relationship with older students from other countries, including Israel. And it's something that many of us were concerned about because so many of those Israeli students who then come to the Columbia campus are coming right out of their military service. And they've been known to harass Palestinian and other students on our campus. And it's something the university has not taken seriously in the past. But we've never seen anything like this. And the students were able to identify 3 of these exchange students, basically from Israel, who had just come out of military service, who were spraying the pro-Palestinian students with this skunk water, and they were disguised in keffiyeh so that they could mix in with the students who were demanding that the university divest from companies that are supporting the occupation and the war, and were protesting and demanding a ceasefire. So we know who they were.
So a number of the pro-Palestinian students who were hit with that chemical spray were hospitalized. After this interview, Columbia professor Franke now faces termination after 2 Columbia professors filed a complaint against her with Columbia's Office of Equal Opportunity and Affirmative Action. She's now represented by attorney Kathleen Paradas and the Center for Constitutional Rights. For decades, Kathleen Paradas was a senior partner at Outten & Golden, and she, along with a law firm, represented Professor Franke. But Paradas resigned from the law firm a few weeks ago following the firm's sudden decision to terminate Franke as a client, saying she was too controversial. They're both joining us now. Welcome to Democracy Now! Professor Franke, let's begin with you. You are facing termination at Columbia School of Law?
It's possible, Amy. That's on the table and has never been ruled out. And in the climate in which we are now living, particularly at Columbia, things that used to be routine and expected are not happening. Where there's an overreaction by the university, a weaponization of the disciplinary system against students and faculty in ways that in my over 40 years at Columbia, I have never seen. So inshallah, that will not happen. I will not be terminated, and I fully expect I'll be exonerated and found, as your audience just saw. I have not said anti-Semitic things about Israeli students. But it's hard to know what's going to happen. We have a new administration, a new president. I'm hoping for the best with her, but I don't know.
So, Kathleen Paradas, if you can explain what happened, you've been representing Catherine Franke, your law firm, Outten & Golden, which you've been a senior partner at for many years.
Catherine became a client in February, shortly after the charges were filed against her, internal charges, frivolous charges in my opinion, but in these days, frivolous charges are weaponized. We've been processing it, negotiating, engaging with the investigators, and as Catherine became more and more high profile, more and more controversial, as our institutions have been failing us all over the place, my law firm, I believe, also failed us by deciding that Catherine was too controversial. and suddenly, over my objection, terminated the representation.
So you're still representing her?
I am, but my firm isn't.
And you're not with your firm anymore?
I quit.
You're a Jewish attorney.
I'm
What a boss.
Jewish.
Professor Frankie, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned that you've been a...
You're a Jewish attorney.
I'm Jewish.
Professor Frankie, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned that you've been a part of the Columbia community now for more than 40 years. Could you compare the climate right now at universities like Columbia to past uprisings of students or protests in previous decades?
Well, Juan, you know Columbia and its history and proud history of being a place where students protested around a wide range of current events, whether it was during your era in the 68 protests against Vietnam or racism on campus or domestically, or more recently, students have protested around divestment, the university's divestment from fossil fuels, creating a Black Studies department, the Iraq wars, DACA, you know, the ending of DACA by the Trump administration.
Exactly. I mean, I think that's good enough because we've been following this for months and months and months, and I think we understand the sort of treatment that the professors who supported the pro-Palestinian movement have received from not just police officers, but from the very campuses and colleges and universities at which they served and still work at, technically, in some cases, others not so lucky. People like her who are in the middle of litigation over this, and it's insane this is where we're at. All right, this is our last story on this from Democracy Now! This is from 12 hours ago. Democracy Now! How U.S. college administrators are now dreaming up ways to squash Gaza protests.
Illegal.
I want to bring into this conversation another professor, Natasha Leonard, columnist at The Intercept, associate director of the Creative Publishing and Critical Journalism program at the New School, not far from Columbia University. Her most recent piece, College Administrators Spent Summer Break Dreaming Up Ways to Squash Gaza Protests. Can you put Professor Thrasher and Professor Frankie's experience in a broader context of the universities from here in New York, NYU, to other universities around the country?
Absolutely, and thank you. It's lovely to be back. And I firstly want to say thank you to Professor Frankie and Professor Thrasher for being among the professors who refuse to be silenced in this moment of what is widely being called a new McCarthyism. And I think that's an accurate description. Their cases are not unusual, and it is indeed sad, and it is indeed disappointing, indeed no less than ghoulish. We are having both de facto and through policy, both in terms of new regulations and student conduct guides coming through for this semester, as well as punitive actions against students and professors. A real reification of the claim that Israel-critical speech and pro-Palestinian speech should count under violations of Title VI non-discrimination law and regulations and policy in universities. What that does is align university policy with the right-wing agenda of Congress and right-wing lawmakers who follow in the footsteps of a right-wing Israeli-US consensus. And I think if a university is not a place where that can be critically challenged, especially at a time of genocide when there are no universities left standing in Gaza, which we cannot forget. And
Seriously, though, if not now, when do people get to use free speech? Right? Like, this is one of the moments when it should be most important. But, for whatever reason, supposed rights are never easily held onto or utilized. And it looks like this semester is going to be a difficult fight for the pro-Palestinian movement on campuses, with those kinds of rules being put into place. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Now, I've got a new way for people to contribute to the Galactic News Network today. That's right. Cash App. Galactic News Network now has its own Cash App. You can send money directly to us to keep this here YouTube spacecast alive. Very helpful, and unlike any of the other platforms, you cannot, your money will not be affected by, say, Twitch or Patreon taking a portion of it for themselves. It'll go straight to me, and making sure that this here spacecast can continue its work. Now, if you'd like benefits, which I do not blame you for, I recommend you go to Patreon, where an absolute cornucopia of galactic benefits are waiting for you. Like being able to hang out here poolside with me and the rest of the patrons, or at the bar, and the other sort of intermission / after hour spots. What else? Oh, right. You also get shoutouts every stream. At the end, you get a secret Discord channel. Much, much more. Links are in both my YouTube and Twitch bios, as well as in the chat on YouTube right now. So donate to the Galactic News Network and help keep it alive. Alright, chat, enjoy this here space intermission. Grab yourselves a drink or a snack. And I'll be right back. Anybody else notice that I have disappeared from the subscriptions feed again? Why is this always happening to me? Like, that's a that's a main way people find my feed from. I mean, find my video from. Like my live streams. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. Like, it shows up if I go to home and I, what do you call it? If I, like, refresh. But it doesn't show up on subscriptions at all if I click live. No comment check shows up. NBC News shows up. ABC Houston. All of the news stations, but not the Galactic News Network. Why? Anyway, chat. NCC was being suppressed earlier too. Why are we being suppressed? Well, we are about to get back to it. The fact is, we didn't even finish the American news. We just took a break because we had gone so far. 2.5 hours without a break is quite a long time. But let's get to it. What do you say? First, let's talk about the Venezuelan crime gangs. Donald Trump was at a, I think this was in New York City. I'm pretty sure he was at a rally in New York City, of all places, which is a place he probably shouldn't be, right? Like, if you're Donald Trump and you're trying to win the election, you're not campaigning in New York. You're not going to win votes in New York City. But here he was in New York City at a supposed rally. Talking about Venezuelan crime gangs in Colorado. Makes sense.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
The Venezuelan crime
If Kamala
gangs.
is allowed to continue to let our country be invaded, we will face a fiscal Armageddon. These migrants are consuming hundreds of billions of dollars in benefits. You saw in Colorado this week a group from Venezuela, rough ones. They took over large sections of a town, large sections of an area of Colorado, Aurora. Has anyone been there? I think you'd better stay away.
Has anybody ever been to Aurora here before? If you haven't been to Aurora, used to be a great place. I spent a lot of time in Aurora. Fantastic place with people who are super great.
Guns, AK-47s, they can blow lots of people away real fast. And the sheriff didn't want to touch
Wait, I'm sorry. What did he say?
AK-47s, the ultimate for a little while. They had AK-47s, the ultimate.
The ultimate.
AK-47s.
It's the ultimate.
Lots of people away real fast.
The AK-40s. Everyone knows it's the ultimate.
Nobody wants to touch it. The sheriff is 18 Venezuelans attacking my building. Would you please come over and straighten out the situation? He's got a deputy. You know what they say? Well, no thanks. Let's call in the military.
I love how Donald Trump is in New York talking about Colorado, where supposedly Venezuelan crime gangs. Not just any kind of gangs, crime gangs. They are taking over apartment complexes, I guess. Okay, hold on. Let's try and look into this, see if there's any salience to the supposed Trump theory. Are Venezuelan migrants taking over Colorado, the beautiful Aurora, Colorado. Actually, wait, I forgot. I think there's more to this. I forgot. This is a longer clip than I remembered. Hold on. Wait, we're going back. We're going back.
They're taking over. And I said this 4 years ago when I realized they wanted open borders. And it's happened. It's happening now in Chicago. They're taking over sections of Chicago.
Now it's Chicago.
It's happening in New York.
It's happening in, don't forget, we're in New York. Better talk about New York.
They're tough. They're tough and they're
Very
smart,
tough, those
and they're
Venezuelans.
vicious. Don't forget, they come from the...
It's very ambitious, smart, tough Venezuelans. This is maybe the best. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like, what he's saying is fucked. But this might be the best he's ever talked about Venezuelans. That's the most compliments I think he's ever given to Venezuelans in one sentence. I mean, I know it's in service to a very racist agenda and a sort of fear-mongering, if you will, but am I wrong? I mean, I don't think he's ever spoken as well about... If you were to just clip that one sentence and get the rest of it out of there, it would have sounded like he was talking real great about Venezuela just now.
And they're the bad criminals on the streets. Caracas,
Ah, there he goes.
Venezuela has almost no crime. Next year, I'm going to suggest that the Economic Club hold its meeting in Caracas because we'll be safer than we are in our country if they win. We'll be far safer. But crime in Venezuela is down 72% because they've taken all of their criminals off the streets.
This has been his claim for at least a couple months now, I'm pretty sure. But essentially, if you haven't heard, Donald Trump is alleging that Venezuela has sent all of their criminals. They've emptied their jails out and sent everyone to the United States, which there is no evidence for. But it sounds scary. And it certainly, you know, gets people like asking questions. Is like, is that actually happening? Answer, no. Now let's look at some of these supposed videos that led to this conspiracy theory about Venezuelan Coloradan crime gang syndicates. Here's NBC Montana from 7 days ago. Damn, this is a lot of views for NBC Montana. Shocking video. Shows men linked to Venezuelan crime gang infiltrating Colorado apartment complex. Oh no.
Tonight, police in Aurora, Colorado are calling a recent violent incident associated with a Venezuelan street gang a, quote, isolated incident, but it's raising fears once again of a surge in crimes committed by migrants hundreds of miles away from the border, as national correspondent Christine Ferzau reports.
It's a scene that seems to be out of a developing nation where corruption and violence run rampant. But this surveillance video is from an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
To your knowledge, what are the men in this video doing?
It appears they're just walking. They just walked into that place. Like it appeared that the door was unlocked and like he was supposed to be there. Not gonna lie.
They are going through the complex, like I am told that they are, heavily armed. They patrol the complex.
Oh my God! Look at her. She. Her face tells me that this is very scary.
They control who comes in, who goes out. They go from door to door. They have forced their way into many complexes. They have thrown people out.
Aurora City Councilwoman Danielle Jurinsky blames neighboring Denver for its sanctuary policy, which provides services to undocumented migrants. the vast majority not connected to crimes and there to find work. Those seen in this video, though, believed to be associated with the violent Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, designated by the U.S. Treasury Department as a
Believed to be, meaning no evidence, but you got NBC Montana here doing an entire story about how it's supposedly a gang. But, as they just said, without saying it, they have absolutely exactly zero evidence that there is, in fact, a gang of Venezuelans at this apartment complex, let alone this specific gang. So yeah, NBC Montana doing a really good job at reporting. Here, days later, here's USA Today from, what was this, Wednesday, just 2 days ago. Police, Colorado apartment complex not being run by Venezuelan gang, despite speculation. Oh. NBC Montana and Trump, come on guys, both of you getting it wrong. Really? Alleged members of the Tren de Aragua Venezuelan gang seen here. There was a shootout shortly after that, sounded like welfare residents said. Some residents are moving over growing fears of Venezuelan gang activity. However, the Aurora Police Department created a special task force to address the TVA gang. The district attorney's office will issue an emergency court order to clear the properties where gang violence occurred. I don't know what that means, but it's weird. Weird. Even attempting to do so will cause you great pain. What does that mean? What's gonna cause people pain? Oh, it says, oh, never mind. See, this is why I don't read your chats. You people in your chats, you're not even talking to me, you're talking to each other. You don't even care about me. It's fine. What about ducks? What about ducks? Do you feel that somehow you're underrepresented? Or that we're not talking enough about them? Because I apologize for that, but ducks don't really come up in the news a whole lot. It's just a fact of life. Even while there's millions of ducks in the United States, nobody's concerned about legislating for ducks. Seem to be flying under the radar, if you will. Now let's go here. This is from Denver 7 from 8 hours ago. Apparently, the Hells Angels took to Twitter to respond to apparent claims that they were gonna go to Aurora to fight Venezuelan gangs.
Others in Aurora say the dangerous narrative of gangsters taking over apartment complexes is making it hard for them to continue to call the city home. Those evicted from the complex on Nome Street 3 weeks ago due to code violations say they still have not found a place to live. Families were given hotel vouchers until the end of August. Now some have relocated, but others say they're having a hard time.
Ya por todo lo que está transcurriendo de muchas noticias falsas.
With everything going on with fake news. Wait, hold on, sorry.
Leaders have said repeatedly any.
Sorry. With everything going on with fake news, they are closing the doors at some complexes.
Now, Aurora city leaders have said repeatedly any crime at the Nome Apartments was separate from the years of code violations at the building. The city is taking the property management to court in February. The Hells Angels are trying to squash internet claims. They are on their way to Colorado to fight against Tren de Aragua. Various posts widely shared on social media show bikers supposedly on their way to Aurora. In a post on Instagram, the Rocky Mountain Hells
The Hells Angels Mountain Club strongly denies the foundation and validity of these absolutely ridiculous and false claims. The HAMC does not involve itself in political issues outside of motorcycling and takes no stance on the issue of immigration or the presidential election. So yeah, and this building was boarded up because of code violations. Apparently years worth of them. And it had nothing to do with any sort of Venezuelan crime gang. But you got former presidents out there spreading it anyways, regardless of any veracity or evidence to the claims. Now let's continue talking about housing, but in a completely different way. Let's go to CBS News here from 8 hours ago to discuss, to discuss the commercial real estate market first. But we are going to be talking about real estate for a second. So let's go here. This is from 8 hours ago. Apparently commercial real estate is struggling to return since the COVID-19 pandemic, as the return to work never really happened.
All right, commercial real estate developers are waiting for the Federal Reserve to potentially cut interest rates later this month.
But it might not be enough for the industry, which has really struggled since the pandemic. Fed Chair Jerome Powell has said that commercial real estate may face risk for years as companies stick with remote work and hybrid policies. And Joy Wiltermuth joins us here on set in Studio 57. She is a news editor and senior markets reporter for Market Watch. So Joy, how big of an impact is the potential cutting of interest rates really going to have on the commercial real estate market?
It's probably just scratching the surface, because you have seen mortgage rates start to come down already with the Treasury yields coming down. So borrowers are getting some relief already just in anticipation of those rate cuts coming. But we're still talking about 6% sort of rates on a new mortgage versus what they're trying to refinance was closer to 4% in general. So it helps a little bit, but it does not solve the problems.
And meantime, haven't the fundamentals changed when it comes to the need for corporate real estate? Post-pandemic, hybrid work is more popular now. It's not everywhere, but some folks are just not going back to the office. And I understand it isn't just like flipping a switch to turn a corporate property into a residential one. So what are the bigger barriers that commercial real estate is up against?
So if we're talking about the office to residential conversion, there's a huge need for housing shortage in the United States, and that's a bright spot. It's a potential. What can you do with these older office buildings that really don't function? Yes, they can function as an office building, but the economics probably don't work because they're not desirable or needed. So there's been a big push at the federal government level to unleash some funding, and locally, state and cities to do that. It is really hard to do.
I think rather than unleashing some funding and bailing out these poor commercial real estate holders, I think they should just nationalize these buildings and turn them into housing themselves, so we don't have to worry about the profit incentive and blah blah blah, and we're making sure that these guys turn a profit on these on these buildings. They made an investment. We don't need a commercial real estate bailout, which is kind of what she's suggesting in a way, although it's a little circuitous.
Only 10% of the office buildings out there would sort of fit, because we're talking about buildings that were constructed a long time ago. It's a very hot idea downtown Wall Street. You've seen success there. You've seen developers do it. And it's kind of a template for other places. But those buildings are old. And even kind of getting them at a nice discount, a very steep discount, the developers are still figuring out the math.
Okay.
If it works to convert.
Whatever. That's enough of this one. Whenever people in real estate start talking about the math, it's always about the profits. Now, here's a trend that is continuing in the United States. A trend we've been seeing both in the United States and in Canada, actually, but inventories are up, prices are down, and days on the market are also increasing, leading to a situation in which we could see actual pressure on housing prices, potentially. Would be nice to see that happen.
Home sales are slowing down in the metro, and prices are actually down slightly. That's according to the report being released today by the Denver Metro Association of Realtors. So there were nearly 11,000 active listings at the end of August in the metro. That's up 56% from a year ago. The median price was $590,000, down about $10,000 from July. And the days on market is nearly twice as long as last year at this time. Sellers need to know.
The fact is that's not even that much compared to some places on the coast, in California, New York, but Jesus, median price, $600,000.
Concessions are becoming the norm.
If they find a buyer who wants some concessions or negotiated inspection items, it's usually better to try and work with the bird in the hand rather than letting it go and sit on the market for another month.
Interest rates have gone down in recent weeks, and
Yeah, so that real estate lady is trying to convince people to accept these concessions and things, because for a while, fact is that homeowners were not having to give any concessions. Sellers were essentially completely in control of the market, and in many cases could avoid having inspections done and all sorts of other stuff because people wanted the property so bad. But times have changed in that regard, it would seem, or are at least changing. Not necessarily changed. Certainly not across the board, but it is, so it seems to be something of a trend happening. Rent prices need to collapse. I agree. Alright, let's go to this. This is Reuters from 8 hours ago. Market Insight. As labor market data disappoints, is a 50 basis point cut back in the cards? Translation, yesterday, that being Thursday, new data came in showing the lowest jobs number added in 3.5 years, I think. Causing people to have concerns about us being in a recession or heading into one. But some people are of the mindset that will in fact cause the Federal Reserve to cut basis points, cut more off of interest rates than they were planning to or had been considering previously, as I believe the plan was 1/4 point and now could be as much as 1/2 point in some people's estimation.
As labour market data disappoints, is a 50 basis points rate cut back on the cards? Welcome to Market Insight. I'm Ludovica Brignola. US private employers hired the fewest number of workers in 3.5 years in August, and data for the prior month was revised lower, potentially hinting at a sharp labor market slowdown. However, layoffs remain low, helping to allay fears that the labor market was deteriorating. What does this all mean for the upcoming Fed's rate cut? Well, joining me now to talk about all that is Russ Mould, Investment Research Director at AJ Bell. Thank you for being with us today. Russ, what do you make of the labour market data that we've seen today?
I mean, they're certainly giving markets plenty to think about. They've been concerned since really July, when markets first began to lose momentum, about weakness in the US economy as reflected in the jobs market. We've seen that in the ADP payrolls number. We've seen it in the job openings number, its lowest level since Q1 2021. And the vacancies to unemployment ratio is now down almost to 1, having been 2 at one stage at its peak. So plenty to suggest there is weakness, but don't forget, this is lagging data reflecting decisions probably taken 3 or 6 months ago by employers. If you're looking for encouragement, weekly initial claims number at 227,000 isn't anything to worry about. If it
Okay. What he's talking about is the unemployment claims, the new unemployment claims, which were nothing, as he said, to get worried about, which is true. They were pretty subdued. Came in right in with, what's it called, expectations. All right. Now, let's talk more about jobs, but specifically layoffs, which are apparently happening at multiple tech companies. Let's go to Cron 4 first. This is from 12 hours ago, where apparently the rideshare company Lyft is planning to lay off at least 1% of all of its employees.
Well, rideshare company Lyft is apparently planning to cut about 1% of its workforce. As of last year, they had about 3,000 employees, so this would amount to about 30 workers affected by this latest layoff. The company plans to scale back on dockless bikes and scooters in and around Washington, D.C. and Denver. Lyft expects to incur, they say, about $46 million in penalties to make these changes. The adjustments will not apparently affect the bike share program here in the Bay Area.
Okay. Now, let's go here. This is Cron 4 as well. Man, Bay Area is getting hit by multiple rounds of layoffs from tech companies. Here's, Cron 4 from 12 hours ago as well. Intel layoffs impacting dozens of Bay Area jobs.
Well, the Intel Corporation is also going to be laying off dozens of employees across the Bay. The cuts are impacting, we're told, about 54 jobs in Santa Clara. This round of layoffs will take effect October 31st. The announcement comes nearly a month after Intel confirmed that 18,000 jobs would be cut from its workforce worldwide.
It's 9:30.
So yeah, it is not a huge number, but you add these things up, and, you see multiple companies doing these things all across the board. And it starts to affect, people. The Fed interest rates is why this is happening. Is that your contention, Solif? The the lowering of interest rates, or the interest rates still being high is why people are being laid off? Is that why? And it's not because tech companies are realizing they can get away with using AI to replace at least some of their workers. Maybe I'm wrong. It could be the god dang Federal Reserve. All right, let's go to here. This is the Reuters piece from 13 hours ago. Apparently, Verizon is planning to buy service provider Frontier in an apparent $20 billion deal. I wonder if the FTC and Lena Khan will at all get involved in this one. That's what I thought of first.
Verizon said on Thursday it will buy Frontier Communications in a deal worth $20 billion. The acquisition would see the U.S. wireless carrier expand its fiber network beyond its core region in the American Northeast and Mid-Atlantic into the Midwest, Texas, and California. Verizon CEO Hans Vestberg called Frontier a strategic fit and an opportunity to become more competitive in more markets across the U.S. Frontier has 2.2 million fiber subscribers across 25 states. If the deal goes ahead, it will combine with Verizon's about 7.4 million bundled services in 9 states and Washington, D.C. And it could help Verizon better compete against rival AT&T and others.
Yeah, but it would also start to limit, I think this would limit the number of major providers in the United States to under 6. It has got to be a tiny number now. If this would, theoretically, hypothetically, if this were to go forward, Jesus Christ, the monopoly, the monopolistic implications with this.
In delivering premium broadband services to existing customers and new ones too. It is also seen as adding to Verizon's revenue and adjusted profit. Verizon offered $38.50 per share in an all-cash offer, a premium of more than 37% above Frontier's closing price on Tuesday. Frontier's shares had surged nearly 38% in the previous session, but fell below Verizon's offer price in pre-market trading Thursday.
Okay. That's enough. Of that story. There's only 4 major providers. Is it that small? See, that's what I'm saying. So you get rid of another one of these. Frontier was one of these middle companies. It's one of the smaller ones, because there's really not really any actual small companies. It's just smaller than absolutely massive. And yeah, this would just sort of cement our quadopoly. Interesting, I like that. That's fun. That's a fun word. Okay, speaking of tech stuff, as we've been, let's look at this story. This isn't really a tech story. I'm just faking it as being a tech story. Truly isn't a tech story. Let's go to this one. This is from CNN from 13 hours ago. Elon Musk. Boy, he's been having a real weird time lately. Apparently, Elon Musk has recently deleted a post which promoted a guest which Tucker Carlson had on, who's apparently a Nazi apologist, among other things. Let's watch some of this. Should be interesting.
Tucker Carlson, who, by the way, spoke at the RNC and will soon do an event with J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee on the Republican side, he platformed a guest who said that Winston Churchill, not Hitler, was the chief villain of World War II.
Illegal.
Carlson describes this guest, podcaster Daryl Cooper, as, quote, the best and most honest popular historian in the United States. So just so you could hear it for yourself, here is part of what Cooper had to say.
I told him, maybe trying to provoke him a little bit, that I thought Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War. And he didn't kill most people. He didn't commit the most atrocities. The next thought that comes into their head is that, oh, you're saying Churchill was the chief villain, therefore his enemies, Adolf Hitler and so forth, were Stalin, the protagonists, right? Yeah. That they're the good guys if you think he's a villain. That's not the case. That's not what I'm saying. Germany, look, they put themselves into a position, and Adolf Hitler is chiefly responsible for this, but his whole regime is responsible for it. That when they went into the East in 1941, they launched a war where they were completely unprepared to deal with the millions and millions of prisoners of war, of local political prisoners and so forth that they were going to have to handle. They went in with a plan for that. And
you sure?
threw these people into camps, and millions of people ended up dead there. A month or two after.
They just wound up dead. It just happened. There was no plan. That's wow. Just ahistorical. It's just wild. Oh my God.
Barbarossa was launched, and they're writing back to the high command in Berlin saying, we can't feed these people.
Oh my God.
We don't have the food to feed.
Wow. This guy is just fucking gross. Oh boy. As if there wasn't a systemic rounding up of Jews and gays and, just like, all the people that Hitler didn't like. Did Churchill come up? Yeah. He said that turns out Churchill was actually the bad guy of World War II, and the problem was that the Nazis, they were just bad planners. They were just bad at planning, and that's why the Holocaust happened. It wasn't intentional. It was a whoopsie. It was an accidental Holocaust, and they were like, oh, Hitler, why we don't have enough food for the people. And Hitler was like, oh no, this is bad. Oh, this is very bad. What are we going to do about this? That's what he's saying. Okay.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's move along. We could have watched the whole thing. I found the podcast. I did not have the wherewithal to get through it. It was a 2-hour podcast. 2 hours. 2 long, arduous hours I would have had to put myself through. And I just didn't have it in me today. It just didn't. I had too much stuff on my plate. Maybe we'll watch it later. I mean, I assume it's equally as troubling as that. If Tucker Carlson thought it was worth 2 hours, it was probably, it's probably just 21st century Mein Kampf. Alright, let's go on. Let's go to the south, actually. Let's go to Mexico. Mexico is part of America, North America. We don't talk about them very much, but we can. And we're going to today. Here's Reuters from yesterday. Apparently, the Mexican lower house has passed a controversial judicial reform bill, which will essentially allow or call for, what do you call it? Like electoral, accountability for judges. You'll see. They explain it better than I'm about to.
Mexico's lower house of Congress approved a controversial judicial reform on Wednesday after a marathon session that lasted more than 12 hours. It paves the way for the bill to go to the Senate, where it is expected to be approved due to the ruling Morena party's strong majority. Judicial workers and students protested the vote outside of Congress, forcing lawmakers into a nearby gym. They want to have this gift ready before the incumbent president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, leaves office, said this court clerk at the protest. The debate began on Tuesday afternoon, passing Wednesday morning with 359 votes in favor and 135 votes against. Opponents criticized the single-session debate and passage as a rush job, saying more time should have been taken. The backbone of the constitutional reform calls for the election by popular vote of more than 7,000 judges and magistrates, including the Supreme Court. The number of
Sounds like a
Supreme
good
Court
idea.
judges would also be reduced to 9 from 11, and their terms limited to 12 years.
That all sounds like very good ideas. Why is Mexico doing better than the United States? Although we are on track to at least catch up if Kamala Harris gets elected, at least in terms of having a female president, but a woman president. But the point is that, you know, it's very frustrating that Mexico keeps beating us at stuff. Why don't we do these kinds of things with our judicial shit, with our Supreme Court? Why is it that we have appointed Supreme Court people who seemingly have more power than the president in some cases, or just can basically seemingly do whatever the fuck they want? There's no accountability whatsoever. There's not even an attempt at looking like there's accountability anymore. I don't know why this is considered controversial, honestly. It seems like a good idea. Because we suck? We do suck. Why do we suck, though? Sorry I have so many questions. Okay. What was I doing? What was I doing? Yeah, okay. Let's go to Canada now. Not just going to talk about the United States. We're going to talk about Canada. We're going to talk about Mexico. And some big news has happened in Canada recently. Apparently, the NDP has split with the Liberal Party. They had formed something of a coalition over a number of years and are now, well, they're having a breakup. Let's go to CBC News from 9 hours ago to discuss it a little bit more. Why did the NDP dump the Liberals?
Hi, I'm Allie Janes, in for Jamie Poisson. For about 2.5 years now, the Liberals have been able to count on the NDP to keep them in power. They've had this deal, a supply and confidence agreement, where the NDP would support the Liberals on key votes that could defeat their minority government. And in exchange, the Liberals would pass some key NDP policies, which they did. But that political lifeline was yanked out of the wall yesterday, when the NDP announced it was pulling out of the deal.
Today, I notified the Prime Minister that I've ripped up the supply and confidence agreement. Canadians are fighting a battle for the future of the middle class. Justin Trudeau has proven again and again he will always cave to corporate greed. The Liberals have let people down. They don't deserve another chance.
It's another major blow to Trudeau's struggling party. Brian Platt is with me now. He's a political reporter for Bloomberg in Ottawa. Hi, Brian. Thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So the NDP are ending this supply and confidence agreement with the Liberals after a little more than 2 years. And so why are they doing this now?
I think the frame that you have to look at this in is that last summer, the Liberal polling numbers collapsed. The bottom fell out. And there was, probably a pileup of factors that contributed to that. And the Liberals saw a big collapse in their polling numbers. They went from polling.
I think that the two things that kind of hurt the Liberals would be the carbon tax and Gaza, right? Would be like the gas tax, if you will. Like, I think a lot of regular Canadians didn't like it, right? And the way it was complicated, right? While I agreed with it in theory, in practice, the way that they decided to do it, just, you know, it didn't make a ton of sense. The way it was explained to people, I don't think was great. And then you add on to that, you know, their continued support throughout much of the genocide in Gaza. I think that really added to it.
In the 30s to polling in the low 20s. And a huge gap opened up with the conservatives. But when liberal numbers go down, you would usually see the NDP get some benefit from that. And yet the NDP stayed completely flat, maybe even a slight decline in the NDP numbers. So the liberals went down in the polls, the NDP stayed flat, and the conservatives got a big boost.
Right.
And so I think in the lead up to an election, if you're the NDP, you're thinking to yourself, we have got to create some separation from the liberals to show that we're different from them and to try to take advantage of their slide in the polls. And I think that's what you saw the start of today.
The fact is, the liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people. They cannot be the change. They cannot restore the hope. They cannot stop the conservatives.
So yeah, that's the NDP's current stance right now, and it is going to, or at least it seemingly has, in a very short period of time, upended Canadian politics in a way that I don't even know what the ramifications of it will be. What will it be? Will they rise up among, you know, from the ashes of this agreement and create opportunity for themselves? What's going to happen here? I don't know. I'm interested to see what happens next. But I don't have a great prediction right now. Is this the same guy that sued the bread companies for price gouging as well? Yeah, I do believe he was involved in that in one way or another. Yes, I can't say for sure. I do recall him at least talking about it. Alright, let's go here to the global news from 2 days ago. Still talking Canada, but this time we're gonna bring in another country.
China.
China hits Canada with anti-dumping canola probe after EV tariffs. So, if you didn't catch our show, well, it was probably like a week ago when we were talking about this. But after, it wasn't Anthony Blinken, it was the other guy who looks even more sickly. What's that dude's name? Shit. I can't remember. Some American government official went over to Canada. After that happened, Canada decided to follow suit with America's tariffs on Chinese EVs. They put in place a 100% EV tariff in their country on all Chinese-made EVs. In China, well, they didn't like that very much. And they decided to do this.
Canadian canola farmers are bracing for the possible loss of one of their best customers, China.
The impact, a political decision on the other side of the world has a direct impact on our bottom line.
Beijing has launched an investigation into what it calls potentially unfair trade practices, accusing Canada of dumping cheap canola into the Chinese market.
This is now China saying, okay, you've accused us of this, well, we're going to accuse you of doing that. This was not...
I mean, this is fascinating because Canada, just like the United States, subsidizes its agricultural industry to the tune of billions of dollars a year, if I'm not mistaken. And so, I mean, it's the exact same argument made about what's happening with the EVs in Canada. And it's not like the United States and Canada don't subsidize their own car industries. So, you know, there's a lot of hypocrisy going on right now.
Surprise to anybody.
Last week, Ottawa followed Washington's lead, slapping Chinese electric vehicles with 100% tariffs. A move meant to protect Canada's automotive sector from what's been called artificially cheap Chinese EVs.
When governments take actions...
That's one way to put it. It's also, you could also say it was Canada's move to protect its relationship with the United States. Potato.
To support certain sectors or industry, there is risk to exposing others.
Last year, Canada exported $5 billion worth of canola to China.
It's going to be a long and difficult path. There's no easy sitcom problem solved before the next commercial break here.
This isn't the first time Beijing has come after the key crop. It barred Canadian imports in 2019, a ban that lasted 3 years. The trade restrictions and imprisonment of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor were seen as retaliation for the arrest of Huawei executive Meng Wanzhou.
What's interesting to me is that Canada, like the United States, has been dealing with inflation in all sorts of different areas. This would solve it in one particular area, that being, or at least not having the tariff would solve it in at least one, right? As it relates to cars, EVs specifically. Instead of doing that, slap a 100% tariff on it to ensure the prices stay high.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Yeah, that's where we're at right now, apparently. In North America. Aside from Mexico, which is allowing Chinese vehicles into the country without charging tariffs on it. For people in Mexico, and in fact, they are thriving. $10,000 EVs exist in Mexico that don't exist in America or Canada. It's very sad. Instead, we rely on Elon Musk.
Follow the rich white man.
Hello, Morbius Dragon. Good to see you. Alright, now, got a few environmental stories here to talk about. We're going to go straight into those. I think. Wait, how much time do I have? And how much stuff do I... Yeah, no, we're just going to go straight into these. Starting in California, CBS Evening News from 2 days ago. Landslide prompts a state of emergency in California.
California's Governor Gavin Newsom has just declared a state of emergency for the city of Rancho Palos Verdes, about 30 miles south of Los Angeles, due to a landslide that is threatening homes. Evacuation warnings are in effect for about 140 homes, and electricity has been cut off indefinitely for others due to safety concerns. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti is there tonight.
We have no power, no water in there now.
81-year-old Sally Reeves is watching her Rancho Palos Verdes home crumble to pieces.
The stairway was coming away from the wall.
For more than 6 months now, every room in the house she's lived in for 42 years has fallen apart as the landslides get worse.
This is what it did to our bedroom.
So this was where our bed would normally be.
Our bed was right here.
And this is the cracking from this landslide.
Yes.
Now the power company...
Now, you want to hear something insane? Because I looked this up, just because I was curious. What's it called? Sorry. San Palo Verde? No, that's not what it is. What's it called? Fuck. Is it on my phone? Where is it? Whatever the name of this place is. I looked it up. What the real estate market was like in this place. And it is wild. fact is prices in this area, this is like on the this is on the coast of California, right? This is like coastal Southern California. And average median home, right? Average, right? It's not the it's average. Take them all and you divide them. $2 million a piece. Not 600,000 like back in Colorado, or 590,000 back in Colorado. No, 2 million. Also, prices are up 7.9% over the last year somehow. Even with this going on, although I don't know if it's been going on, how long it's been going on for. I don't think it's been that long, but seems like it's been going on for at least long enough for this woman to have moved a bunch of times, so maybe it has been going on that long. It's all just sliding back into the ocean, seemingly.
California Edison has cut off electricity to Reeves and hundreds of her neighbors, citing fire concerns. Homes across this hillside community are experiencing cracked walls and shifting foundations, all caused by centuries-old underground landslides that are creating sinkholes at the surface. One landslide that was recently discovered is as much as 345 feet below ground and
is beautiful, but I don't know if it's worth waking up and finding your toilet in like some, you know, cavern, some sort of crevice in the earth. I don't think that trade-off is, I don't know. I can't afford $2 million. I can't even, I can't even afford a house. So, yeah, it's going to be a problem.
Back-to-back years of extreme rainfall have only accelerated land movement, as much as 50 feet annually.
There's no playbook for this.
Local officials pressured California's governor to declare a state of emergency. They say it will take billions of dollars to rebuild.
I hope that we can find some long-term solution geologically, but until that time comes, it's only going to
geologically.
Sally Reeves is staying put.
I don't think that lady is a scientist. Solve it geologically. We're going to stop the Earth from moving. Yeah, interesting plan. Very interesting plan. Just get the whole Earth to stop moving. Tectonic plates, you stop moving down there, please. Thank you. She's going to heal the Earth. That's right. Look, the Earth just needs, what's it called? The Earth just needs some hot yoga, and some, maybe some kombucha. Alright, one more video on this ridiculous situation happening here.
To the very latest on the accelerating landslide in Rancho PV. While a state of emergency is in place there, impacted homeowners are worried about the future. Those who study the Earth's movement say California is especially at risk with this. More now from NBC4's Hetty Chang.
Geological experts remind us that the ground beneath us is moving all the time, everywhere. Take, for example, the property here. This is the old City Hall in San Clemente. The city put it up for sale 3 years ago, and it's still for sale.
So you have a spectacular backdrop where you really get to see what San Clemente is all about.
The view from the former City Hall building in San Clemente is spectacular. But look a little deeper, and you'll understand why the city says no one is buying it.
You've got a significant amount of Earth movement.
The hillside now covers some of the parking spaces. An example of instability in the ground, the city says, was found during a geological survey of the property's sale in 2021.
The high cost of potentially stabilizing that hillside to make it safe almost wipes out really any benefit you might get from selling the properties.
Geological science experts say the severe land movement here and in highly tectonic places like Rancho Palos Verdes are threats that have been brewing for hundreds, even thousands of years.
You might say millions. Okay. Yeah, so Rancho Palos Verdes having a real weird time over there. Do Pokemon like to be caught? I don't know. That's a good question. Seems like the sort of question you have to ask a Pokemon. I don't have the answer to these questions. Alright, let's stay with NBCLA. This is from 12 hours ago. A new post-fire, apparently. I don't know why they would use the same name, same year. But hey, I don't name the fires. Post-fire near Paris burns 150 acres, 25% contained.
The rich white man.
Now
W man,
it's...
keep it up.
Hey, Xander is tidy. Just took Jeff Bezos' money and gave it to StreamLord. What an astute decision. Thank you for the Prime sub. You've been subscribed for 2 months. Much appreciated. I will keep it up. I'll try my best. I'm trying to keep it up. What was I doing? Ah, yes. Post-fire. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, because, we've seen tiny fires like this suddenly burst into being the biggest fires in the year. We at least keep track of these things. Let's go to this next one. By the way, I only kind of heard the message. How well did everybody else hear the message? Did everybody else hear W-Man keep it up? I don't know if you know this, but the robot butler here at the Galactic Space Station reads out your Twitch Prime donos and subscriptions. If you add a message to those, you are given the option to add a message to those kinds of donations, as well as bits. I think bit donations also. Yeah, those all get the opportunity for you to have a message read out. I need to turn it up. I think I need to turn it up because I could barely hear it on my end. I only noticed it now, but it was also because the people were talking in the background. We always have so much shit going on here. I think I need to jack up the volume in a bunch of those because they're not that audible. What was I doing? Oh yeah.
The extreme heat and dry conditions are making it very difficult for firefighters in Riverside County. They are working to try to contain the post-fire. It's burned about 130 acres near Paris. Evacuation warnings have been lifted for some people, but not all residents. The fire is only 25% contained. Crews have stopped forward spread of the flames, but the fire is still has a potential to spread due to the constant shifting winds and, of course, the high temperatures.
Goddamn winds. The winds are always ruining things when it comes to fires.
An extreme heat dome.
During this fire season, California has been having a great deal of high winds, causing a lot of complications. Hopefully it doesn't in this particular case, as this fire season has been pretty shitty for California. Let us go here. Down south to Phoenix, Arizona. CBS Evening News from 2 days ago. Phoenix sees record heat wave as millions more face dangerous temperatures.
So hot right now.
That's hot.
Whoops, I clicked the wrong button. That is not how you do this. There we go.
An extreme heat dome on the West Coast is putting 40 million Americans under alert tonight, from Oregon down to Arizona. Today, Phoenix hit a record 100th straight day of triple-digit temperatures. CBS Bay Area Chief Meteorologist Paul Hagan joins us tonight with more. Good evening, Paul.
Maurice, good evening. Summer just refuses to loosen its grip on the western United States after the hottest summer on record in both Phoenix and Las Vegas. Tomorrow, another day of temperatures significantly exceeding 100 degrees. And that heat is going to extend through the Central Valley of California and even into the Pacific Northwest.
Okay, those numbers are fucked up. That's not even feels like numbers. Those are just the numbers. 111, 115, and 110. 116. Jesus Christ. Wow. I totally missed that one.
That heat is going to extend through the Central Valley of California and even into the Pacific Northwest. Portland getting up to 97 degrees for a high temperature tomorrow, and the heat in Portland is actually going to peak on Thursday at 102. That's remarkable because downtown Portland has only exceeded 100 degrees in the month of September 3 times since 1874. We're talking about
Jesus Christ, since 1874.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Good God. Come on. Last 150 years. Okay. Every single day another 100-year, 200-year, 500,000-year weather event. Totally normal. That's what they mean when they say 150-year weather event.
A what now?
Could you jump up?
Alright, everybody stop questioning me. That all made sense. Don't stop asking questions. Alright, let's go on to this. This was also a totally normal thing. ABC News, 12 days ago.
Oh, now you see why I said stay away from the window? Yeah. What the frick is happening?
This cat's fine with it.
Oh.
Hilarious. I mean, it's insane, but it's hilarious that the cat's just sort of sitting there, like, you know, just watching utter chaos happening outside. Oh God! But those garbage cans were just flying through that street. It must have been 45 miles per hour, maybe faster. It's hard to say, but it looked fast. Who knows if they were full or not? Okay, now let's go here. Speaking of wildlife, let's go to Colorado, as Colorado has become a leader in constructing wildlife crossings. And there's much more to come.
This wildlife underpass at Genesee, just completed in June, is the first of its kind on the I-70 mountain corridor. More crashes with wildlife happen here than any other place on I-70 east of the Eisenhower Tunnel. And while this underpass may look simple, it's expected to reduce that number of crashes by about 90%. It's the latest component of a statewide plan fueled by the success of prior projects to protect both people and animals. With I-25 traffic flying overhead, this underpass provides a vital route for wildlife to cross the busy road.
We're getting elk, deer, bear, mountain lion, turkeys, bobcats.
In the past decade or so, Colorado has become a leader in constructing wildlife crossings.
That's a pretty big one.
With more than 40 underpasses and 3 overpasses.
These systems are so important. It comes down to safety and economics. First of all, Colorado experiences about 4,000 wildlife vehicle collisions every year, costing taxpayers around $80 million a year.
But those numbers, 4,000 and 80 million, don't tell the whole story.
A lot of the accidents don't go reported.
Once a wildlife vehicle crash hotspot is identified and a crossing is constructed, the number
Yeah,
of
because
those
nobody
types
wants
of
their
crashes
insurance rates to go
plummets.
up. Are you kidding me? Especially in this environment. Who's reporting accidents right now? I mean, with insurance companies looking for literally any possible way to jack up your insurance rates. I'm sorry. Wait, did you just breathe at the wrong pace? Oh, we're going to have to raise your insurance rates by 15%. Sorry, nope. Nope. Too late.
Like a 97% reduction in crashes. So if you had 100 crashes last year on this, 10-mile stretch of highway, now you have 3. I mean, there's really not another transportation infrastructure investment I'm aware of that is going to get you that kind of a return on investment.
Take a look at one of the most important crossing systems in the state, the Colorado Highway 9 Wildlife Crossing Project south of Kremlin.
I think these are super cool.
One of the reasons I think it is such a great project is over 10.5 miles, CDOT designed 7 wildlife crossing structures. So that's the largest system that we have currently on the landscape that's designed.
Like the thing about these, for me, that make me so happy, so hopeful, more than many other things that we look at on this stream, is the fact that it's this sort of symbiosis of natural and human-made that is just gives me some amount of optimism that maybe we can live in harmony with our environment before we destroy it and our future. I don't know, call me a wide-eyed, naive little bitch. I don't care. Okay. It gives me hope, even if it's momentary.
For wildlife. We saw a 90% reduction in wildlife vehicle collisions.
Plus, over 5 years, CPW recorded 112,000 instances of mule deer using the crossings.
And so it's been a huge success, and it was Colorado's first 2 wildlife overpasses.
Just like people, animals can be picky. Critters like deer and coyotes and bear may prefer an underpass, while other animals like moose, elk, and pronghorn like the open space of an overpass. And that is all taken into account when constructing these crossings.
And when you see them go up,
this isn't really harmony though. It's better. It's harmony more than it is before, where bears and mooses or moose. I just got broken. Deer, we're literally crossing the road. Ducks even, crossing the road. Instead, crossing now over overpasses or underpasses. I've been lying to you. I'm not a space lord. I'm still a space lord.
and when you see them work and you start to get the pictures come back, it just puts a huge smile on your face. So what we do on a weekly basis is we're sharing pictures and saying, boy, look what we caught today, you know, and these things are using it. And oh, we haven't seen a pronghorn come that close yet, you know, so it's so exciting. You know, so to capitalize on this momentum that's been occurring for about the last 5 years and to get some of these things built and to see the success, it's just makes us giddy.
More of the
Yeah, our planet. I still have to come down to Earth. It's very expensive to keep a space station functioning. At least the life support systems are very expensive. So I have to teleport in and out of here back down to my shitty studio apartment. My whole life saves in this goddamn spaceship right here. I don't incinerate my laundry.
Axolotls are named after the
Ah.
Aztec god of fire and lightning.
What's happening? What the hell just happened? That's not even the next story. How dare you? Okay. Alright. What am I doing? Ah, yes. Let's go north to Quebec. Really quickly. CBC News from 13 hours ago. Quebec flooding victims frustrated that changes to compensation haven't materialized. And if you don't recall, flooding victims, people were hit by remnants of Hurricane Beryl recently. I believe that is what this is referencing.
Many people cleaning up after last month's storm are feeling frustrated after the province seemingly backtracked on a promise to expand a provincial
Hold on.
compensation program.
I'm sorry.
A good portion of the neighborhood was flooded.
I'll bet Aquaman would love this living room. Perfect setup for Aquaman. Got the floating rug in the middle. Got the sectional. Yeah, I got the TV stand. Got a floating speaker? I want to say, can't be sure. Floating laundry basket. Everything you need. Everything you need here for a nice living room time. I think I'm even seeing a PS5, maybe? At least a PS5 controller. It might be an Xbox down there. I don't know if... do Xboxes run underwater?
To expand a provincial compensation program.
A good portion of the neighborhood was flooded by at least 2 feet of raw sewage for most. And it was our case here, so roughly about 2 feet high of raw sewage coming from the basement toilet and shower.
Traditionally, the province has offered help to people who don't have insurance coverage after their homes are flooded by the overflow of lakes and rivers. But floods like Grattan's due to sewer backup weren't covered. But a few days after the storm, the Premier offered some hope.
Si les refoulements d'égouts ont été nombreux de façon exceptionnelle à cause des inondations, ben, je pense que le gros bon sens nous dit on devrait peut-être élargir le programme. Donc.
So yeah, the government is sort of stalling on actually paying out any sort of assistance for these people who have dealt with having their entire lives, well, soaked in muddy water. Insurance is a scam. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, now let's go down south to Mexico. Here's Al Jazeera English covering this story. This is from a day ago. Axolotl regeneration. Biologists try to stop the extinction of the creature.
Axolotls are named after the Aztec god of fire and lightning. Although they've been revered in Mexican culture for centuries, the amphibians are on the verge of extinction. Now biologists are breeding what some people call Mexican walking fish in hope of reintroducing them to their original habitat.
We started working with axolotls 4 years ago so we don't lose something that belongs to Mexico and Socomillo. You won't...
Wow, no axolotl emoji? If it were up to YouTube, the axolotl would already be extinct.
4 years ago so we don't lose something that belongs to Mexico and Socomillo. You won't find axolotls anywhere else, only here in Mexico. Its habitat is the Socomillo canals.
but conservationists say the Mexican government isn't doing enough to protect the area where axolotls breed.
The main reasons behind the axolotl extinction is bad government management in the natural protected area. It has led to the pollution of the wetlands of water caused by urban growth and the introduction of species that aren't native to the area. These problems make the reintroduction impossible.
Despite this, activists and volunteers are working to reverse the damage to the waterways to save these unique animals.
They really are
If we're able to
cute and
recover the
amazing.
habitat, we will regulate the food chain. This means we will have space again for the species that depend on the axolotl. They're really important because they're a biological indicator of the health of the area.
And it's not just axolotls that...
Like, seriously, come on. That thing is fucking cute. It's like a salamander in a lot of ways. But then it's sort of like it's like a salamander fish almost. It's like if salamanders were like, you know, I prefer to be in water all the time rather than just some of the time.
benefit. Scientists are researching the axolotl's ability to regenerate body parts including muscles, bones, nerves, and parts of the brain. But
That's right, that's not a joke. They can, in fact, regenerate their legs, arms, parts of their tail, I believe, and their brain. Their brain. What? Speaking of that, let's go to this.
Oh my god. David, can you come here for a minute?
Oh no. Emily, what did you do to your gills?
I found scissors.
Give me those. These are not toys.
Emily, where's your baby brother?
Oh god.
Oh my god.
It's fine. It's just his arms and a leg.
It's bad.
They'll grow back.
But we're taking pictures tomorrow.
No problem. We'll just,
No problem. Nope, that's not what she meant.
That's his foot, Emily.
I like how they evened out her hair too, or what do you call it? Like her, are they gills? I guess they're gills. And then they got it so that her head is kind of covering up one of the arms. They just sort of blocked out. That's exactly what they would get. This is too real. I fucking love this channel. Everything that they do is so good. It is so funny. Okay, alright. I just figured while we were talking about the actual extinction of axolotls, we would have a little fun, laugh, have a little axolotl humor. Okay, while we're in the south, let's go to Brazil, to the Amazon, where river communities are being left stranded as drought continues to worsen in the country. If you don't know, Brazil has been dealing with a whole host of environmental problems. A drought, like was just referenced, a fucking fire that was in the world's largest bog, or world bog. I guess it's like a marsh or like a wetland, something like that. But like the world's largest wetland, which exists in Brazil, had its largest fire ever earlier this year. I think it's still technically going on, although it's not being talked about very much. Of course, Brazil had the massive floods in the south. But, yes. You know, I used to think of Brazil as being a place that would go untouched by these sorts of things.
The floating houses of this Amazon River community are now on dry land. It's a sign of how those who rely on the river for transport and their livelihoods have been left stranded amid plummeting water levels. Some parts have dried up completely, following last year's record drought and less than usual rainfall this year. Residents can't travel to buy food, and neither can barges carrying grain for export. Crops are being harmed, as are the fish that are killed when streams dry up. This is greatly impacting riverside communities that live from fishing. Luis Lima is a fisherman.
It's drying up a lot. Too much. This season is very hard for us. We live far away and it's very difficult to fish. We have to leave the canoe with a security guard and pay for it. It's very complicated for us at this time of year.
The Brazilian Geological Service, or SGB, has warned that water levels have been falling since June, and all rivers in the Amazon basin are expected to drop below their historical levels. In Manaus, the Rio Negro River, the largest tributary of the Amazon, is 21 metres deep, down from 24 metres at the same time in 2023.
Yeesh. That seems like a bad trend. We really need to do some stuff about our climate. The way that we interact with the Earth. Alright, let's keep it moving. In fact, because of how late it is, I'm gonna end the environmental half because we have a ton of global fucking news to talk about. I mean, I can't believe it's this late. I was hoping to start this part earlier. Holy fuck. Wow. Alright, well, I hope everybody is still enjoying the show. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Really helps out the stream. If you want to continue helping the stream in other ways, you can always go on Twitch or become a patron on Patreon, where you have a lot of awesome and amazing and incredible space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy, awaiting you for just a few US dollars a month. That's right, 3 US dollars a month. And by the way, just going over there, clicking it, I have activated special deals. So if you become a unpaid member on Patreon, you might be offered a special deal for even less than $3 a month, depending. So at least be following. Get in there. But yeah, not only can you be sitting here poolside, get a GIF or pic added to the Galactic set of your choosing, get Galactic shoutouts every stream, access to the Galactic Discord, and much, much more. Now, the Discord itself is, of course, open to everyone. Here's the link to that. But there is technically a secret Discord channel only for patrons. Now, I've also set up Cash App. That's right. If you want to just give money directly to me, well, you can, and have no intermediaries taking any money. No shenanigans involving benefits. No, simply you giving money to the Galactic News Network for the work we've already done and the work we will be doing in the future. Alright, chat. Well, enjoy this quick break. We'll be right back. Alright, chat. That is the end of this final galactic intermission. We are heading into the third half of the show. That's right, it's time for global news. There was another FG in NCC's chat? That's not possible or allowed. That's unacceptable. There can only be one. Now, of course, we must start our global news with the obligatory space news. So let's go here to NBC News from 5 days ago. Space architects are designing habitats for life beyond Earth. You dipped out for bad Hasbro? I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I know that my wee galactic podcast, spacecast, if you will. No, it's not as big as the bad Hasbro. They've also been at it for quite a while. Quite a while. It was a lot longer than me. Alright. Why isn't this playing? Oh. That's why.
They are the space fantasies of yesterday.
Some of them are uncannily accurate.
Turned engineering inspirations of today.
All good science fiction usually is grounded in some degree of fact and evidence.
Those early predictions and concepts were onto something, but modern space architects are dreaming even bigger.
I don't see a limit to the number of construction robots that can exist on the surface of the moon.
Imagine a lunar colony built entirely from the moon itself, with 3D printed launch pads, futuristic domes, and a network of space highways.
It's a self-sufficient system. It doesn't rely on us bringing like tons and tons of concrete, for example.
Melody Yashar considers every detail.
And in some of these designs, you have actually a view from the South Pole to Earth, a constant view to Earth.
Because her job means advancing the human race and creating a home for human beings.
You're isolated from communications from Earth, you're isolated from friends and family. The conditions are super, super intense.
Sometimes the most groundbreaking ideas are just old ones reimagined.
Ironically, the solution that we found goes back to like 1694.
For Maxim de Jong, expandable space habitats build off a centuries-old math concept.
If you bend a flexible rod, for example, it'll take this shape, or, a combination of mathematical inputs that you put on a constrained object, and it takes a certain shape, whether you like it or not. It's not specifically my invention. We added our own spices and magic sauce.
The special ingredient, ultra-high-tech fiber, a type of modern material that can bend and adapt in space's harsh environment.
It's a vast departure from anything that's been done with expandable habitats until now.
From paper to...
Okay, cool. I just thought it was interesting that they are finding ways to build on the moon without having to bring materials, using the moon itself to build things. Whether or not that's a viable place for humanity to survive, answer... No, not really. I mean, for scientific purposes, yeah. For periods of time, potentially, yeah. But to continue civilization like Elon Musk wants to do? No. No, not going to be happening. Now, here's something that might deter you from wanting to be in space. This is actually in the title of this spacecast here today. Space noise. Question mark? Here's Guardian news from 3 days ago. NASA astronaut hears strange noise coming from Boeing Starliner spacecraft.
There's a strange noise coming through the speaker, and I didn't know if you could connect into the Starliner and let me keep mic and let you hear it. I don't know what's making it, but I don't know if it's something that maybe is connected between here and there, making that happen. But anyway, can you do that?
We can configure that, Butch. Give us a minute, and I'll call you back when it's ready. All right, Butch, that one came through.
The way the guy on the ground responds, all right, Butch, that one came through. Is like he was expecting it to be like bullshit and that, like, he was like losing his mind, and then he hears that noise and is like, okay. So the aliens are here. What do we do now? Because, like, literally, what the fuck else is that goddamn sound? That sounds like the aliens are coming. Like, they're contacting the Starliner crew on the ICC. Oh my fucking god. Like, what is going on? Just, you know, in 30 seconds, I expect this thing to go in a completely different direction suddenly. Intergalactic war.
Kind of like a pulsing noise, almost like a sonar ping.
Yeah, I'll do it one more time, and I'll let y'all scratch your heads to see if you figure out what's going on. Here we go.
What the fuck is that, dude? Okay, this is NASA's statement. And you know, I think this will be fun. Let's do it this way. Let's listen to this at 0.25 while I read this. A pulsing sound from a speaker in Boeing Starliner spacecraft heard by NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore aboard the International Space Station has stopped. The feedback from the speaker was the result of an audio configuration between the space station and Starliner. Okay, if you say so. Pretty sure it's the aliens, as somebody who's in space a lot. I think they're trying to order DoorDash, actually. I get some of these communications through the Galactic Space Station here sometimes. Okay, enough space news. I just thought this was so fucking hilarious. It literally sounds like something from the movie Alien. Like I half expected Ellen Ripley to show up. It was an aggressive sound. It sounded aggressive, you're right. Okay, let's talk about somebody who loves space, but hates humans and the rules. Also, normal workplace policies. You know what? Enough descriptions of this person. You all know him. You probably don't like him. But here he is. Elon Musk. Channel 4 News from 6 days ago. Elon Musk. Brazil judge. Row explained. That's right. Elon Musk and a judge in Brazil are having a row. And by a row, I mean a Brazilian judge is, in fact, deciding to rule in a particular way, which Elon Musk doesn't appreciate. When you're fixing to have a flat at 15,000 miles per hour. Hey, sometimes stuff happens at 15,000 miles per hour in space, and you just gotta do what you gotta do, right? You got aliens coming. Who knows?
2 years ago, Elon Musk paid $44 billion for Twitter, which he renamed X. But just how much is that investment worth today if his firm continues to hemorrhage users, repel advertisers, and run into disputes with the governments?
I still stand by my contention that Elon Musk's decision to change the name of Twitter, a company that was so ubiquitous that tweeting was in the dictionary, that to tweet had somehow completely sort of immersed itself into conversation, into our culture so much that to tweet was in the dictionary, and then went on to change the name of that company to a letter, a single letter, that means to close a window, colloquially. I mean, it has got to be one of the dumbest business decisions of all time. And that he is going to be forced, or whomever has to take this over at some point after the board kicks him out for being an idiot, if that's even possible. Can he even wait? There's not even a board anymore. I forgot. He's just completely private. He just, oh God. So, but I mean, at some point, I feel like he's gonna have to change it back. I really do, because it really is one of the dumbest things that's ever happened.
Its biggest markets. The billionaire's social media company is on the brink of being shut down in Brazil over its failure to comply with the authorities over misinformation and malicious activity on the platform by right-wing political actors. But the company have accused Brazil's Supreme Court judge of issuing illegal orders to censor his political opponents. Earlier this month, X had claimed that the judge had threatened our legal representative. But rather than comply with government requests, X closed its office in Brazil. Now the Supreme...
Yeah, he's the owner. For a second I forgot. Because he's involved in too many companies. Because, like, you know, Tesla has a board and SpaceX has a board. And in my head, I was like, so does X. But no, of course not. Zitter doesn't have a board because the board is Elon Musk's... Alright, I'm not going to finish that
told
sentence.
the company it would not be allowed to function without one.
The problem is that Elon Musk disputing the decisions, arguing that he's not going to comply with any of this, that he's not going to obey the Brazilian law. This is a threat to Brazilian sovereignty.
Today on the very platform facing closure, Brazil's leftist President Lula said, just because he, Elon Musk, has money does not mean he can do whatever he wants. He should respect the laws and regulations of our country and the decisions of the Supreme Court.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
That's right, Elon. Get him, Lula. Just because he has money doesn't mean he can do whatever the fuck he wants to everybody. Oh my God. Based. So based. Alright. I know, we have 51 likes. I already rolled. We have a 3, but we can't have the 3. We can't have the 3. We can't have nice things, because we're not even monetized on YouTube, and stream software is not working. good enough to give you your deserved Captain Planet. So, gonna have to wait until next stream probably. We're 4.5 hours in. I mean, you know. Okay. Now let's go here. We're not done. Let's not forget. Not only is there Twitter and Tesla and SpaceX, there's also Starlink. Here's Reuters from 2 days ago. Starlink emerges as fresh battleground between Musk and Brazil. Could not have predicted that. Sasha's right.
Tensions escalated between Brazil and Elon.
But it's not really, I mean, it's YouTube's fault for having the policy of having a certain number of subscribers to be monetized. But it's my fault for not getting the stream out to enough people, for not being viral enough, for not getting clips done enough, which I need to do more of. Even though, you know, I'm struggling right now financially very badly. And I'm struggling to even keep up the stream schedule because I'm trying to figure out how to deal with those financial struggles. But I do need to also be clipping content at the same time. Still, I'm trying. And hopefully I'm going to be able to clip this stuff too today. No, I'm just sorry. I'm rambling now. Why am I rambling? Sorry, let's try this again. Take two.
Tensions escalated between Brazil and Elon Musk's business empire on Monday, as the country's telecom regulator threatened to sanction his satellite broadband company Starlink. The news comes hours after the Supreme Court upheld a controversial decision to ban his social network X from the country. The court ruled it allowed the spread of hate messages and falsehoods about Brazil's electronic voting system that undermined the country's democracy. On Monday, Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva told CNN Brazil, quote, "The Brazilian judiciary may have given an important signal that the world is not obliged to put up with Musk's far-right ideology just because he is rich." Illegal. In response to the judge's earlier move to freeze Starlink's accounts for possible use to pay fines owed by X, Musk threatened reciprocal asset seizures in Brazil, but did not say how. Starlink on Monday again found itself in Brazilian authorities' crosshairs after refusing to comply with an order for all internet providers to block domestic access to X. This led telecommunications regulator Anatel to...
Jeez, why is Elon always just ignoring the law? Doesn't think the law is applied to him, I guess. It's confusing. What am I gonna do with this, Elon? Thank you, Moanoip, for adding my Patreon and Cash App links in the YouTube chat. Every dollar counts. Every day we get closer and closer to being a fully self-sustained galactic stream, space fams only funding. Right now it's all mostly galactically funded. By galactically funded, I mean by me. Okay. Enough talking about finances and all of that. Let's stay in South America. Let's go to Venezuela. As the thumbnail and title may have alluded to, United States stole President Maduro of Venezuela's plane earlier this week. It was 3 days ago now, I guess. We didn't get to this on the stream that I did on Tuesday, unfortunately. Was it Tuesday or Wednesday? Like, you know, I think it was Tuesday. It had to have been Tuesday, because it's actually not. It's not really Friday yet. Still Thursday somewhere. So yeah, let's go here. This is CNN from 3 days ago. Exclusive. U.S. seizes Venezuelan president's plane. Flies it to Florida.
Illegal.
What is time? Time is late.
The breaking news, some exclusive live pictures that we're showing you right now of the seized plane belonging to Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. Maduro, we should note, is not on board, but the plane was seized by officials for violating U.S. sanctions. CNN's Kylie Atwood joins me now. Kylie, this is pretty extraordinary. This does not happen, obviously, every day where U.S. authorities go in and seize the plane of a head of state, but that is essentially what's happened this morning. Can you break this down for us?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
There's basically no other leader on the planet that this would happen to aside from Vladimir Putin. Even though Venezuela is doing nothing like Vladimir Putin. Venezuela is not involved in any sort of wars or invasions or anything like that. Fact is, some of the things that the United States is accusing Venezuela of, the United States itself has done. And so this seems, well, it is. It's not just doesn't just seem, but is in fact unwarranted and pretty much just illegal. The only reason it's not illegal is because the Dominican Republic allowed it to happen, because the plane was in the Dominican Republic at the time. So since the Dominican Republic, the government in which the plane resided, allowed it to happen, it technically isn't a crime. But it's as close to being a crime and to not be a crime as you can possibly get, especially when you're a government.
plane of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, is now in the hands of the United States. As you can see there, those images demonstrate that it has just landed in Florida. It was seized by U.S. authorities in the Dominican Republic. That is according to multiple U.S. officials who spoke with our colleague Priscilla Alvarez about this. And how this all came to fruition, Jim, is that this plane was in the Dominican Republic in recent months. We don't know exactly why, but that presented the opportunity for U.S. authorities to work with authorities in the Dominican Republic to actually make up a plan and seize the plane. And just
now,
to give
I'm not gonna lie.
context,
This woman seems utterly giddy, in fact excited about this happening, when she should be concerned about why the U.S. would be doing such a thing. Seemingly just completely unnecessary decision here. Like, there's no good explanation for this. Just because the sanctions exist isn't actually a good reason to do this, right? The United States government created the sanctions, so you know, it's like I don't know, drawing a line in the sand. It's ridiculous.
this plane is effectively the Air Force One of Venezuela. This is a plane that cost about $13 million, the U.S. estimates. It's been used by Maduro to travel around the world, to make visits, to see other world leaders and the like. It's now in the hands of the U.S. government. It's an extraordinary move. The U.S. has for years been trying to disrupt the flow of goods and finances, money going into Venezuela, for example.
She sees this as some sort of victory. Like, yay, the United States has finally defeated Venezuela by taking the plane of the president. Like, this shit is wild. Wild. CNN. Always reporting so good. Always doing their very best to be unbiased and just give us the facts. You know?
They have disrupted luxury cars going into the country. But we should note that this is just such a bold move because according to one of those U.S. officials who spoke with our...
You're right, Sasha. I didn't think about that. The seizing of this plane is going to help Venezuelans on the ground. On a macro level, all Venezuelan citizens living under the Maduro government will be helped. For fuck's sake. The only way that Venezuelan citizens are going to be helped by this is if the United States decides to sell this plane for $13 million and uses it to buy aid to give to people, I guess. I genuinely can't think of any real reasons, because obviously that's not happening. That's not the actual plan. They're just taking it. They're just going to park it in some sort of hangar, have a party, and a photo op. Joe Biden's probably going to get a DJ in there. And him and Anthony Blinken and let me think. Skrillex? No. Well, some DJ, right? Fatboy Slim? That's about Joe Biden's pace. Yeah, okay. Let's just look at this. This was footage from earlier. This is the Associated Press.
The aircraft now, which clearly an indication that's an important figure on board. And
media audience.
Yes.
So this was last year in December.
We welcome you across St. Vincent, the Grenadines, the Caribbean, and the world.
As you can see, this is the same plane we just saw.
More these that the main players has.
Maybe earlier on as one of the media from Venezuela,
yes.
And I believe that they
taking place here at the
There's Nicolas
International
Maduro.
Airport between.
So yeah, I mean, it is in fact his plane. CNN didn't make that part up. But yeah, this is just another example of the United States using sanctions in very sort of uneven and useless ways that really don't do anything aside from to make clear that the United States is police of South America and Venezuela not doing what the United States government wants. Well, that means consequences. Alright, let's go. I'm gonna skip a few just because of how fucking late it is today. I really want to get to the Middle East. Jesus Christ, how are we even gonna do that? 4.5 hours in. Insane. Although I have been downloading from Twitch lately. I haven't been downloading from YouTube, so I guess I don't need it to be 6-hour stream. I guess it could go longer than 6 hours, but that would mean it'd be after 4:30 when I end this stream. Which sounds, no, that's ridiculous. Who would stream that late? Alright, skipping a few. Let's go here. France 24 English from 3 days ago. The clock is ticking. France's Macron accelerates efforts to break Prime Minister deadlock. The Prime Minister deadlock is that he's not accepting what the NFP, the party that won a plurality in the recent elections in the assembly, He's not accepting their nominations. That's the deadlock.
Now, it's been nearly 2 months of deadlock in French politics after elections delivered a divided parliament. Today, President Macron is intensifying efforts to find a new prime minister, hosting two former presidents, Nicolas Sarkozy and François Hollande, for talks. He's also welcomed the former socialist prime minister, Bernard Cazeneuve, who some people have tipped as a candidate to fill this vacancy for PM. Well, our French politics editor, Mark Perelman, is across all the details. He's with me now. Mark, are we finally getting closer to a deal and to a name?
I think so, but I'm not sure, because with Emmanuel Macron, it's always very difficult. Even when he appointed a prime minister having a majority, it took days and days and days of waiting, because he really has to have his back against the wall to finally pull the trigger. And given the new political situation with no majority in parliament, it is even more difficult. But there's clear...
Okay, and like I was saying, this was 3 days ago. More happened since then. I don't think I have a video on this particular thing, but Macron, he has denied multiple candidates that the NFP, the party which basically won the election, it didn't win a majority, but it won a plurality. So it's the most, they have the most seats in the French Assembly. And he's denied multiple. The current, or what the current was at the time of that video, was Lucie Castet. She was the nominee from the NFP, and she was unfortunately in between then and now by Macron, denied. He turned the idea of her being prime minister down in an undemocratic move. Like, subscribe, and share the stream to help Galactic News gain new viewers. Thanks, Becky D. I don't think I've seen... Have I seen you in this chat before? Either way, welcome, and thanks for that. I do appreciate it. Let's quickly go here to the Majority Report, as they talked about the election in France. Shockingly, we've been talking about the election in France a ton, but usually they stick to not entirely. They do mostly U.S. stuff, although of course they do, branch out to other places. And that's what they did. I think this was Monday or Tuesday.
We are back, and we are joined once again by Cole Stangler, French-American journalist covering labor and politics, author of Paris Isn't Dead Yet, Surviving Gentrification in the City of Light. And his latest piece in Novara is entitled Macron is Making a Joke of France's Electorate. You can see it up here. The subheading is French Democracy is in Uncharted Waters. You can check that out at Novara. Cole, thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
So,
Becky's been here for 25 minutes. Whoa, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Becky. That's my bad.
Our audience that may not be totally familiar with what's happening or what has happened, I should say, in the French elections over the past few months, and the surprising victory for the left, electorally at least. Could you give people a quick rundown of where we're at in France as it relates to...
Actually, I'm going to move this ahead slightly. Just because we've already been talking about this, I think people know. A fair amount here on this stream. We've talked about enough for that.
With a strong executive, but it doesn't really, do so. And that's kind of Macron the intellectual, kind of taking a back step and observing. But
Or
way he's
working
governed,
backwards from his
yeah.
desires to have more power, and then making it into like there's this yearning in French society for a king, and I mean, what else can I do?
And you know, he thinks of himself maybe as someone like Charles de Gaulle, who again, the constitution that has a strong executive was designed for Charles de Gaulle. You know, for all the criticism you can make of de Gaulle, I'm you know, by no means a strong supporter of Charles de Gaulle, but at the very least, this is someone who had a popular base, who was supported significantly by the French population. Macron is extremely unpopular. So imagine somebody who thinks of himself as kind of a de Gaullean-like figure, but has the you know, the approval ratings of Joe Biden. I mean,
right.
That's kind of what we're dealing with there.
I'm staying in the race.
And I misspoke a little bit earlier. I meant to say that Macron would have to appoint or approve the NFP's candidate for prime minister, Lucie Cassé, as you said earlier. Who is she? What are her views? Are they radical in the way that some are describing? And why? What was the reasoning for rejecting her?
So Lucie Cassé is a 37-year-old, what they call high civil servant, so working for the Paris municipal government. She's an economist, and she's kind of the candidate that all the left-wing parties were able to agree upon. And you know, we could spend a lot of time even talking about all the divisions on the left. There was a lot.
Yeah,
of
there is. We've talked about them here.
The delays went on for perhaps, you know, for probably too long. But Julie Cassette was the name that everyone could settle on. Because she kind of filled all the boxes, because she, you know, was tolerated basically by.
She was the least extreme to many degrees, right? There was a communist that was being floated. I mean, she's a socialist, but she, you know, she wasn't the most radical of the proposals put forward. She was the one that was agreed upon, like he's saying, by the entire NFP. And, you know, it's incredible that Macron has just decided to completely... Because this interview was done earlier this week, right? Like Monday or Tuesday, like I was saying. In between then and now, Macron turned this proposal down, right? Now, let's go here. This is France 24 English from 13 hours ago. So this was 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday. France 24 English. Who is new French Prime Minister? Michel Barnier.
A what now?
Best known internationally as the European Union's Brexit negotiator, Michel Barnier is a conservative career politician who has held minister positions in several French governments, including under Jacques Chirac and Nicolas Sarkozy. He was first elected to Parliament in 1978, aged 27, representing the Alpine Savoie district. In 1992, he helped organise the Winter Olympics in his constituency, an event still central to his public image. Barnier is pro-European and has twice worked as an EU commissioner. First as a commissioner for internal market and services, during which he negotiated new regulation of financial markets after the 2008 global crash. Then in 2016, Barnier took the reins in the Brexit negotiations after Britain's referendum on leaving.
I'm just going to stop it right there, because I did this on purpose in this way. Because if this felt abrupt to you, it should. Okay, you are actually having a sensation that is correct, and you should not be alarmed. It should feel abrupt, because in fact, the NFP didn't suggest Barnier in any way. What happened is Emmanuel Macron went over the head of the party that won this election that he suggested and called for. and has decided to just install the prime minister himself instead. Never mind, forget it. Democracy was a bad idea.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Okay. What an end to this situation. I'm sure French people will not protest. They hate protesting. They'll be fine with this. Okay, let's go here. Imagine being a politician since 1978. Yeah, I feel like that's nearly Biden level politician shit. 46 years in politics? Good God. Yep, that's who Macron decided. This is a good choice for Macron. That's in his head. I'm not saying it's good. But he that's what he thinks as a neoliberal, unpopular shill who just lost an election. Yeah. All right. Let's go here. Guardian news from 3 days ago. AFD tells Schultz to pack up his bags after wake-up call in German elections. So this is this is an unfortunate and concerning story. If you didn't hear, the German government was in the middle of elections, and after the polls have now come through, the AFD has taken seats unexpectedly. They were essentially seen as a fringe party with very little support, or at least not enough support to really take much power in government, but that changed over the weekend and in the beginning of the week.
Die Ergebnisse zeigen aber auch, kämpfen lohnt
The
sich.
results
Dafür will
also
ich Danke
show.
sagen.
Sorry, God damn it.
Dennoch ist
Speaking so fast. Hold on. The results also show that it's worth fighting, and for that I would like to say thank you. However, the election day is a difficult day for the SPD.
Und es ist ein schwerer
And it's a
Tag für
difficult
unsere
day for our
Demokratie.
democracy.
In Thüringen hat
In Thuringia,
eine vom
a
Verfassungsschutz
party
als gesichert
qualified by Germany's
rechtsradikale
domestic
Partei die
wing,
meisten Stimmen
right-wing extremist
in
won
Sachsen
the
ist sie nicht
majority of
weit
votes, and in
davon
Saxony
entfernt,
they
das
are not
muss
far from
uns
it.
alle
That must be a wake-up call for all of us. What we have seen today is a dramatically poor performance by the government coalition. It was a vote for the end of the government coalition. The voters want elections also on the federal level, and we are preparing for that. Accordingly, Chancellor Olaf Scholz should draw the consequences, and should, along with his coalition partners, pack his bags and make room. So yeah, and if you're not aware of who the AFD are, they are pretty much a neo-Nazi, sort of neo-fascist sort of party, with incredibly concerning right-wing views. Their protests and marches have been, filled with Nazi salutes and all sorts of other troubling things. Okay, those people are in government now in Germany. That's good.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Now let's go here. Speaking of which, this was 3 days ago as well. Here's Euro news. Poland marks the 85th anniversary of Nazi Germany's invasion that triggered World War II.
A commemoration marking the 85th anniversary of the outbreak of World War II took place in the northern Polish city of Gdansk. Veterans, troops and delegations from across Poland participated in the event alongside Polish politicians at the location where the war was triggered decades ago. Nearly 6 million Poles died in the conflict, which killed more than 50 million people overall. Poland's current pro-EU government, led by Prime Minister Donald Tusk, has urged Germany to provide financial compensation over losses the country sustained at the hands of Nazi troops. According to Polish media, discussions between the two countries on financial compensation to living victims are underway, with Poland estimating up to 70,000 people would be eligible. Speaking at the ceremony, Tusk said the lessons of the World War were not an abstraction and drew parallels with the ongoing war in neighbouring Ukraine.
Okay. Now, let's go to Romania, where Andrew Tate is still having a bad time as he is awaiting a decision on his, his custody, his police custody. Let's go here. Let's watch some of this. Should be fun. Can we be real? These two guys look like they dress the part. Like, and I know, you know, not to judge a book by its cover and blah blah blah, but they want you to judge them by their covers, right? Maybe not in this particular way, but the reason why they dress as they do is they want to be judged a particular way for what they wear, right? The fact is, these guys absolutely dress like the exact, like, in my head, if you were just wipe my knowledge of Andrew Tate and of this particular outfits that they're designed to wear right now, like, and you were to put me in like a dark room and tell me to imagine what two brothers who were accused of running a prostitution racket, like sex trafficking ring. Like, what did those two guys look like? What do they dress like? How do they behave in public? These two dudes are the epitome of that, right? Like, you remember? Oh, fuck it, whatever. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot there's subtitles. The pair are facing charges of human trafficking and sexual exploitation, which they both deny. Oh, he looks so sad. Tate was placed under house arrest by a court in August over the investigation. Tate said media covering his appearance were lying to the public.
That's what they do. All they ever do is lie, and they run around with their cameras. Who's paying for all these people? Who's buying their services? Nobody.
All they do is lie. Dude, you have, first off, you have your own cameras and media empire. You could also not stop to talk to the cameras, but of course you do because you're a media whore. This dude takes every moment and every opportunity to talk to the media, to tell them about how much they lie. And it's pretty hilarious. It's basically his entire brand. If the media stopped, I feel like if the media stopped talking about Andrew Tate, like, he would have nothing else to do. He'd be the saddest man in the world.
Governments give them money for them to do this, because governments need them to purport their lies to the populace. That's the only reason they're here. Nobody's paying for this crap. Governments, the Matrix. Good to see you, sir. True, 100%.
Like how his brother immediately lit up a cigar. Oh, thank God we are out of... Wait, does he have... He doesn't have that. No, he doesn't have it. Remind. He has a... I can't think of what Tristan sounds like, because he never talks. He's just sort of there all the time. Looking stupid. Oi, Andrew. You want a cigar? Sorry, that's my best Tristan impression. I have no idea what he sounds like, honestly. I have, in my mind, I can't think of a single time I've heard him say one word. What, you like that impression? I mean, it was my best attempt at whatever I thought in my head Tristan might sound like. And I just try to do something of what I guess I would call like a stereotypically stupid sounding Brit. You know. And I'm sorry to any Brits in chat who may have taken offense to that. It wasn't aimed at you, but in fact aimed at Tristan. Alright, now let's go to Turkey. This was from 3 days ago. And this was interesting development in the world, really, especially as it relates to the United States and Americans. ABC News. U.S. Marines attacked by mob on the streets of Turkey.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Oh, sorry, this is more footage of these two douchebags walking in their, you know, whatever, Gucci loafers or whatever they're wearing.
Chilling images tonight of a violent assault of 2 Marines in Turkey. A mob captured on video holding one of the men and putting a sack over his head amid chants of Yankee go home. So let's bring in ABC's foreign correspondent James Longman. And James, what more are you learning about this attack?
I see that you know your judo well. Yeah, Mary, shocking video out of Turkey tonight. A U.S. Marine attacked by a violent mob. You can see him here in plain clothes. The group grabs hold of him and they put a bag over his head. Another U.S. Marine rushes in to try to save him. He is also attacked. All this happening on the street in Izmir, which is a city in the west of the country. These 2 men were on shore leave from the USS Wasp, which is stationed in the Aegean. 15 people have been arrested as a result. They're from the Turkish Youth Union, and they say they did this because they hold U.S. personnel responsible for the war in Gaza. They say these men have the blood of Palestinians on their hands, although we should say this group has mounted similar attacks like this before. Tonight, Mary, I can tell you both these U.S. Marines are safe, according...
It's a hard one to argue with, not gonna lie. U.S. Marines may very well have the blood of Palestinians on their hands. They're certainly, I mean, even if they're not deployed in Gaza, they're the closest to some degree. That said, I don't think that warrants a group of people attacking them. But their objections are warranted and noted. Turkey is a big NATO ally. True, to some degree, although Erdogan, I feel like it's a sort of a love-hate relationship, really. God, do we have time to talk about this story? We don't. I just have to keep moving. Fucking hell. Okay. Let's go quickly talk here about, talk about the Ukraine-Russia war. This is, started 3 days ago. We're gonna go chronologically, I think. God, how much time do we have today? I might have to go over the 6-hour pumpkin killing or the whatever you call it. I have all the time I want. I'd have all the time I want because you're unsubscribing.
Rescuers helped this man on Sunday in the Ukrainian.
Wait, why are you unsubscribing? I don't understand. Like on YouTube? You're unsubscribing on YouTube? Is that what you're doing? I don't think you're like subscribed on Twitch or Patreon or any of these things. But you are, you know, a valued subscriber and mod. I don't understand why you would unsubscribe. It's hurtful. I don't appreciate it.
City of Kharkiv, who despite surviving a missile attack on an events hall, insists he's fine. More than 10 missiles were fired at a number of locations in Kharkiv, according to the regional governor. This video from social media appears to show one of those strikes. Officials said dozens of people were hurt, including children. Near the same hall, a paramedic applies a tourniquet to this man before he's rushed to an ambulance. As flames rise from a shopping mall, some like Valentina Novosel sought shelter underground in a metro station. I was at work when there was an explosion, she says. The attack on the northeastern city prompted Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to renew calls on allies to allow Kyiv to fire Western-supplied missiles deeper into enemy territory and reduce the military threat posed by Russia. Meanwhile, in Russia, a social media video appeared to show a drone hitting this Moscow oil refinery, as well as smoke coming from this power station in the neighboring region. Moscow said Kyiv launched one of the biggest drone attacks since the full-scale war began, targeting power plants and an oil refinery. It also said its forces made further advances towards a key town in eastern Ukraine. Earlier, Russian officials said air defense units had destroyed scores of the drones, and that it was debris that caused the fires. Kyiv has yet to comment on the drone barrage. Russia rarely discloses the full extent of damage inflicted by Ukraine's air attacks. Ukrainian forces also shelled Russia's southern Belgorod region on Sunday, injuring multiple people, according to the regional governor. All of the fighting comes at a crucial juncture in the 2.5-year conflict. Russia is pressing an offensive in eastern Ukraine, while trying to expel Russian forces that broke through its western border in a...
Okay. Cool. Actually, no, I'm just gonna finish this one. I don't know why I'm doing this.
surprise incursion last month. Last week, Russia pounded Ukraine with the heaviest airstrikes of the war, hitting targets including energy facilities. Moscow says damaging Ukraine's energy system is a legitimate military goal. For its part...
Okay. That's good enough. Now, Let's go here. This is the Associated Press from 3 days ago, where Vladimir Putin went to Mongolia for a state visit despite ICC warrant for his arrest. As I believe this is important news because technically Mongolia, I believe, is a signatory to the ICC, making this very unusual. You know what else is funny about this is that if I'm right about Mongolia, Mongolia is a signatory to the ICC while the United States is not. Think about that. America, the supposed proponents and sole defender of international law. They haven't yet, you know, we haven't quite caught up to Mongolia yet. Eh. Granted, it doesn't seem like they're doing a great job right now, considering they've decided to invite Putin, regardless of that. But, you know, it's just weird. It's just a weird vibe, is all. It's like a dichotomy. It's sort of like a Russian nesting doll of nonsense. Get it? A Russian nesting doll. Sorry, that's the last one. Okay, let's go here. This was Forbes breaking news from 8 hours ago. Actually, no, sorry. No, this is BBC news. I missed it. BBC news from a day ago. Russia strikes Lviv in Ukraine, killing 7. So like we heard, they hit 3 other places inside Ukrainian borders last few days.
Russia has mounted another
Ukraine hit them back with the biggest drone strike of the war. And then further strikes here.
Russia has mounted another attack on the country a day after 51 people were killed in the city of Poltava. Officials in the western city of Lviv say at least 7 people, including a teenage girl, were killed. Explosions were also heard over the capital, Kyiv, as air defenses tried to down Russian missiles. Now, these are some of the pictures we had from Lviv during the early hours, where, as I said, officials say 7 people were killed and at least 30 others were injured during the air attacks early on Wednesday. And now it's daylight. These pictures have just come in to us, and you can see there the emergency services are on the streets along with some of that debris and rubble. The city's mayor said more than 50 buildings had been damaged. Now, the Ukrainian military said the whole country had been placed under an air alert. Meanwhile, rescue workers are continuing to search the rubble of a military institute in Poltava for survivors of Tuesday's attack there. President Zelensky has insisted that what he called Russian scum would be held accountable for the deaths. Well, our Europe correspondent Nick Beek is in.
Okay, all right. That's enough of Ukraine-Russia situation for tonight. I feel like we've been talking about Russia all night. We kind of have. I mean, technically, we started with it. Here we are again, 5 hours later. One last one. Here's Forbes breaking news from 8 hours ago. Pentagon spokesperson asked point blank, why is the U.S. reluctant to lift Ukrainian restrictions?
Illegal.
Janie.
Thank you, Sabrina. Two questions on Ukraine and South Korea. Ukraine President Zelensky said that if the United States authorized the use of long-range missiles, Ukraine could easily defeat Russia. So why is the United States reluctant to allow Ukraine to use long-range weapons?
So thanks, Janie, for the question. Our intelligence assesses that 90% of Russian aircraft launching the glide bombs and the firing missiles against Ukraine are at airfields that are 300 kilometers away from Ukrainian-controlled territory. So these airfields now puts that out of ATACMS range. So ATACMS would not be able to reach these airfields. So therefore, the challenges posed by these glide bombs, would still remain. And even if Ukraine, were to use ATACMS against the very small percentage of the airfields that remain in range, we've seen the Russian military move those airfields back. So again, the impact would be very little and a very little.
Okay, well, according to Sabrina, it wouldn't change anything. Alright. If you say so, Sabrina. I'm honestly not a military expert, so I couldn't say for sure whether or not it would make more of a difference than what's happening right now. I mean, Ukraine's already inside of Russia. Granted, they're on the ground. Or using drones, and not, missiles, like they were just talking about. By the way, does everybody like the fact that I have the lamp on the desk? Do you think it adds? I feel like it adds something to the ambiance. All right, let's go to the Middle East. Because we got a shit ton of stuff to talk about. Like, not joking. This week has been fucking insane, and I've been meaning to talk about all of this most of the week. Granted, it has changed since then. So we're really just gonna do the whole week. Not the whole week, but like the last 3 days all at once. And like I was saying, yeah, things have kind of gotten crazy in the Middle East, specifically in Israel. And Gaza. It's just got worse, of course. I think we all know that. But let's start this off with this story. Just because. Although we're going to try and do this all in chronological order. I've done my very best. There's only a couple of spots where I intentionally put something out of order. Let's start here. Associated Press. U.S. charges Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar and others in connection with October 7th attack in Israel.
Illegal.
This is very interesting. I mean, the fact is the ICJ already made some legal... I forget exactly what they said about Hamas, but it was, as part of, like... Was it the ICJ or was the ICC arrest warrant? I can't remember. Either way, an international criminal body has already issued something. But since the United States doesn't recognize either of these places, we've decided to take it upon ourselves to, just charge people with crimes in other countries without jurisdiction.
Today, the Justice Department unsealed charges against Yahya Sinwar and other senior leaders of Hamas for financing and directing a decades-long campaign to murder American citizens and endanger the security of the United States. As outlined in our complaint, those defendants, armed with weapons, political support, and funding from the government of Iran and support from Hezbollah, have led Hamas's efforts to destroy the state of Israel and murder civilians in support of that aim. The charges unsealed today are just one part of our effort to target every aspect of Hamas's operations. These actions will not be our last. The Justice Department has a long memory. We will pursue the terrorists.
All right, Merrick, I need you to focus on the United States, okay, pal? You're the DOJ. You focus on justice in the U.S., all right? I need you to not be dealing with this. This is dumb. I mean, don't get me wrong. He was clearly involved in October 7th, which is a crime. But does that mean the United States has jurisdiction to do any of this? Absolutely not. But really, no. He's saying, oh, no. He's been involved in systematic attacks on Americans. Well, what Americans? Americans in Gaza? Is that what we're talking about? Because there was no context given to that. Just, Hamas is bad. DOJ says Hamas is bad. Remember that. Fact is, DOJ's had 10 months to make any similar sort of parallel statement about Israel, but it's never coming. Alright, now let's talk about some of the stuff Israel's been doing. First, we're going to talk about what Israel's been doing in Lebanon, the West Bank, and Gaza. And it's been pretty bad. I'll start here. This is 3 days ago. Associated Press. 2 people killed in Israeli airstrike on car in southern Lebanon. Just a car. Okay. That sounds like a threat, I guess.
Illegal.
I wonder if that counts as a military target or a civilian one. Okay. Now let's go here. Here's the AP archive. This is from 14 hours ago, but technically it's from 3 days ago because the AP archive is always posting things approximately 3 days after they happen. Israeli forces continue operation in West Bank city of Jenin. We actually were talking about this particular operation 3 days ago, which is why I know it's from 3 days ago, because Israel has been bulldozing all of the roads in Jenin in the West Bank. In the illegally occupied West Bank. they are. This is so completely unnecessary. This isn't a civilian area. Look, people's cars here. People were, you know, going to work, supposedly, or presumably, doing normal life shit here, and suddenly this shit just pops off. Okay. So there's Lebanon and the West Bank. Let's go here to Guardian News. This is from 3 days ago as well. Israeli strike hits school turned shelter in Gaza, killing at least 11. Now we don't need to watch more of that same footage.
Illegal.
Gaza City Civil Defense Authorities said the strike hit a school sheltering displaced people, killing at least 11 Palestinians. A search and rescue operation took place after the strike. Jesus Christ. Civil defense teams were seen trying to break through concrete in the bid to reach trapped people. Israel and Hamas have agreed to brief pauses in their 11-month war. But Israeli forces have continued to carry out strikes across Gaza. No shit. Thanks, Guardian. What is this? Now, Israelis have, well, they've hit their tipping point, if you will. I would say, at least from my estimation, the death of, well, at least the finding of the dead hostages earlier this week has essentially been the straw on the camel's back for Israeli citizens. And amidst all this, the government of Israel and, well, let's just start here. We're just going to do this. We're going to just continue. Let's continue this. Now, this was from 4 days ago. I just wanted to do this in the way I've done it. So this is, we're going to start, we're going to go back slightly. This is Forbes breaking news from 4 days ago. Protesters in Israel speak to reporters as hostage deal demonstrations continue.
We have to bring the hostages back. We need a deal now for his future, for our future.
Does he have a future today when you see what's going on?
We hope so. We hope a big change will come. We hope everyone will come out today to say, to bring a message to the government. We can't keep up like this anymore.
like everyone else, I suppose. I'm all the time at the verge of crying. It's a terrible grief and a terrible... Well, there's no disillusionment because we've been disillusioned for months and years. So it's just a terrible time of grief.
What is your message to the Prime Minister from here today?
He should just resign. And
He should just resign. Right from what seems like a very normal old Israeli lady. And this was on September 1st, so things were pretty reserved, even though the crowds were huge. As you can see, it was quite crowded here. But it was pretty chill, as you can see from this footage. That changes. But first, let's look at this from Al Jazeera English from 4 days ago as well. Israelis hit the streets en masse to demand captive deal. They had on, no, I want to say Elon Levy. That's not who this is. What the fuck? Who the fuck is this? God damn it. Oh, I can't think of his name. My brain just broke.
The pressure is growing on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after the bodies of
Gideon Levy. Just figured we'd listen to some of what he had to say here.
No, it will not be enough unless it's a beginning of something big. Because if it will all be...
Sorry, I hit this a little bit too far. I want to hear what the question was first.
Our hostages, our displaced, our dead. The state of Israel must be returned to normal.
Gideon Levy is a columnist for Israeli newspaper Haaretz. He's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Thanks very much for being with us. Hamda was explaining to us about the last time that there were strikes of this size. And this was in relation, of course, to the judicial changes that Benjamin Netanyahu at the time wanted to bring in. It essentially, in many ways, brought the country to a halt and affected the economy. And that made Netanyahu change his mind. Given the impact of what we might see on Monday, do you think this could be the pressure that is needed to push Netanyahu towards some sort of deal?
No, it will not be enough unless it's a beginning of something big. Because if it will all be concluded tomorrow, Netanyahu can handle it. Don't forget that...
So yeah, he was skeptical about it. He didn't think it was going to be big enough. Now, this was Sunday night, I think, technically, or even... Yeah, I think this was Sunday night, but in... It's complicated. It's like Sunday night, but in Israel. So it was Monday here. We were going to watch it Monday night, but never wanted watching it. But then this happened. Here's what it looked like on Monday night. This was from 3 days ago. Forbes breaking news. Tens of thousands of protesters. Try 100,000. It's in Tel Aviv. Hold on. Let me go... So if you don't get the premise of what's happening, Israel is boycotting itself. That's right, anti-Semitic. Israel is basically Israel is boycotting itself right now. It's a general strike. Doesn't matter what industry you're in, you're being called to strike by basically a huge part of the Israeli population right now. That's what they're doing. It's what's often referred to as a general strike. Good for Gabby. Good to see you. Would you wake up while sleeping and decide to say hello? I'm just going to skip through some of this to show images of what it's like. Can the police and government strike as well? Well, apparently some government workers are striking, causing even government offices to shut down today. Unfortunately, I don't think that includes the IDF or these police that you see out here tonight. And look at this. They shut down this whole bridge and the tunnel. I mean, it's pretty incredible just how many people came out. Let's go. We have more. Got a bunch more to look at. Let's go to Reuters here. This is from 3 days ago as well.
Massive protests swept Israel on Sunday after the death of 6 hostages in Gaza. Protesters are increasingly frustrated over the failure of Israel.
This is technically, this was from Monday. Hold on, we're going to BBC. You don't need this. This is from the night before.
Flights have been delayed, some doctors have stopped work, and schools and businesses across Israel have been hit by a nationwide strike and protests. People are demanding that the government secure the return of hostages still held by Hamas. The one-day strike was called by the trade union federation Histadrut. A court ordered the strike must end around half an hour ago, with organisers saying workers had been ordered back to work. These latest protests began after the bodies of 6 hostages were found in a tunnel beneath Rafah in southern Gaza. The Israel Defense Forces say they were killed shortly before troops reached them on Saturday. One of those found was American-Israeli Hirsch Goldberg-Polin. In Jerusalem, where people are holding a procession from his home to the cemetery where he will be buried, we are seeing evidence of the outpouring of feeling that the government must do something to secure the release of other hostages. Well, the impact of today's strikes isn't yet fully clear. As we mentioned, flights have been delayed and diverted at Israel's main airport, Ben Gurion, as part of that action. But several cities and municipalities said they wouldn't take part, and the government said the strike was political. It is affecting businesses, banks and government ministries, and some elementary and middle schools closed early, while hospitals and health clinics are running at a reduced capacity. Major bus companies are also taking part in action, with roads blocked by protesters. Sunday night saw tens of...
Hospitals are running at lower capacity. Weird. There's some sort of... God, I'm having some kind of a weird deja vu. I don't know what it is. Sorry, chat.
Thousands of people protesting across Israel, calling for a hostage release deal.
Look
Some
at these
accuse
pictures,
Prime
people.
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his government of not doing enough to bring home those taken by Hamas. It's not clear how many hostages remain in Gaza. Hamas kidnapped 251 people and killed 1,200 others during its attack on October the 7th.
I forgot BBC did this during this piece. Now, one thing I want to point out to everybody. The one and only proven effective way of getting back the hostages has been in the one hostage deal that happened on October 20th, 2 weeks after October 7th. Of course, that deal happened, securing nearly 100 Israeli hostages. Palestinians were returned, and some number of, I can't remember the exact number, it was nearly 100 Israeli citizens and or other, there's like there was an American Israeli, a couple of American Israelis, I think, a couple of Thai tourists were returned as well. I can't remember the exact figures and all that stuff, but point is that's been the effective way, right? They, as far as retrieving hostages by way of military force, if anything, it's been proven to be ineffective, right? In fact, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I don't have these numbers in front of me, I believe that more than 2 or 3 times as many dead hostages have been retrieved from Gaza than live ones by Israel. It's just, I think that's just factually accurate, and it has been a bad strategy. Much significantly worse than the strategy which they should have always gone with, which they started going with on the 20th of October, and then for whatever reason they decided to just keep on going for 9-10 months after it.
The Israeli military responded with a ground and air offensive aiming to destroy Hamas.
Okay, enough BBC. We've had enough of you. Let's keep it going. Here is... Let's go to Channel 4 News. This is from 3 days ago. United Kingdom to suspend some arms exports to Israel, says the Foreign Secretary.
Illegal.
The government's decided Israel's actions in Gaza mean it must suspend some military component export licenses. The Foreign Secretary told the Commons that an official government review judged there was a clear risk they could be used in serious violations of international human rights law.
The assessment I have received leaves me unable to conclude anything other than that for certain UK arms exports to Israel, there does exist a clear risk that they might be used to commit or facilitate a serious violation of international humanitarian law.
This is going to make things real awkward at Thanksgiving. The United States and the United Kingdom.
The government suspended around 30 export licenses out of a total of 350 in existence. The government said they relate to components used in ground targeting, Israeli helicopters, drones and some military aircraft. But it's well short of the complete ban that some wanted.
Will the UK government ensure that the UK is not complicit in Israel's war crimes and suspend all arms sales to Israel?
The suspension of some arms contracts, could you explain what effect that will actually make on Israel's ability to continue the bombardment of Gaza, or will it continue unabated?
Our exports to Israel amount to about 1%. And in fact, it is the United States and Germany and others that are much more engaged in the selling of arms to Israel. So when he asked me...
I mean, he's right. It is our fault. It is our fault. But Britain's still helping. That 1% is still killing 1% of that 40,000 people and injuring 1% of that 100,000 injured people. So, whatever that number adds up to. And those are just the official figures. I'm not talking about the unofficial figures like we've seen with the Lancet or what we've seen with the oh god, what's the other oh fuck it, you get what I'm saying. Let's go here to the United States. 40,000. Yes, right. Yeah, Sasha. I know what you're thinking. I'm always sticking with the official figures at the beginning and then amending it as I go. I don't know why. That's just the way I do it. I recognize the official figures and then I move past it and say, well, we could also... that's just my strat. I've noticed. It's my strategy. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news 3 days ago. President Biden questioned by reporters about Benjamin Netanyahu and how much he's been doing as it relates to the ceasefire deal. What? Let's see what he had to say. Oh my god, why is this walk taking literally forever? I'm staying in the race.
I'm heading to a national security meeting right now, and then going to Pittsburgh. And so checking on following up on what's happening in Israel. And then I'll be off to Pittsburgh.
Are you planning to present a final hostage deal to the both sides this week?
We're very close to that.
What makes you think that this deal will be successful in a way that the other deals were not?
Hope springs eternal.
Hope springs eternal? Come on, man.
To do more on this issue, do you think he's doing enough?
No.
Mr. President, what is your reaction to the demonstration?
Oh, Benjamin Netanyahu not doing enough, according to Joe Biden. Shocking. This is news. This is news. I thought Benjamin Netanyahu penned the very deal which you so confidently read from that podium 3 months ago. But hope springs eternal, so he's not doing enough, but it's going to be fine because hope springs eternal. Okay, that all makes perfect sense. Everything's fine. Whoopsies! What am I doing? Why did I turn into Trump? That's bad. Okay. Everything's fine. Let's see what another world leader had to say by the name of Benjamin Netanyahu. This was Forbes breaking news from a live press conference that he did 3 days ago. We're just going to watch a snippet of this. Don't worry, we're not going to watch the whole thing. It is long.
The first conditions for
המלחמה הקיומית הזאת זה האחדות בתוכנו.
It's essential?
אנחנו צריכים לעמוד מלוכדים כאיש אחד מול אויב אכזר שרוצה להשמיד את כולנו. את כולנו בלי...
And all the evidence points to Israel being the cruelest people on the planet right now, essentially. We're going to move past this and go to this fun map. He had a bunch of maps ready. Let's look at some of these winners.
We went out of Gaza. You can see the Gaza Street. The distance from Tel Aviv or Beersheba is not great. But we had an international border.
An international border controlled by Israel.
That was the international border of the state of Israel.
He is obsessed with taking Egypt's territory. It's incredible that anybody is okay with what we're looking at right now. This is a man claiming that Israel needs part of Egypt's territory. Egypt, don't forget, their supposed ally. It would be like Canada saying, hey, we need part of Maine. Sorry. The reason we need Maine is because terrorists. If you don't give us Maine, we're gonna bomb Massachusetts or something. I don't know. And don't forget, Egypt is also the one of the facilitating nations in the hostage negotiation ceasefire deal talks that supposedly going on. Israel's supposedly being super helpful at, according to at least some U.S. officials that we just heard from. This doesn't seem helpful to me. I don't know.
כשאתם מסתכלים על זה בהגדלה, אתם רואים שכל הגבולות האלה, הגבול הימי, בשליטתנו. הגבול היבשתי.
See, the line's thick. See, it's thick now. And so that, oh my god, I fucking hate this guy. It's such a, this is, what the fuck is this shit?
לא בשליטתנו. אשקלון, שדרות, הקיבוצים, כרם שלום, ולמטה, ציר פילדלפי, ומעבר רפיח, כולם בשליטתנו. עכשיו הנה מה שקרה כשיצאנו מעזה.
Oh my god.
שהגבולות נשארו בידינו. הגבול הימי, ניסו לפרוץ אותו בכל מיני משטים, אתם זוכרים את המרמרה, היו עוד ניסיונות, בלמנו את זה. הגבול היבשתי,
what is this? This is right. This map was drawn with the precision of Israeli bombing campaigns. They're somewhere here in the north, in the middle, and the bottom. Just in places. That's basically where their bombs have gone. Just everywhere. We got most of the top and the middle and the bottom. It's like a child drew this map. I would reckon a 9-year-old with Photoshop could have done better.
But once we left,
ויצאנו מציר פילדלפי,
and we left the Philadelphia
בעצם
corridor.
ציר פילדלפי זה הגבול, בעצם הגבול בין רצועת...
So apparently this is him claiming that these are tunnels from Egypt going into Gaza, bringing money and missiles. And people, I guess, into Gaza. Even though Egypt, their ally, has said they closed those quite a while ago.
Border between the Gaza Strip and Egypt.
Is there a translator? You can't hear the translator in the... God damn it. Alright, hold on. We're done with this. I'm done with this particular video. We got more to fucking do right now. People can't even hear the translator? I can hear the translator, but apparently people can't hear it. That's great. Thanks, Forbes. Really good reporting, as usual. Forbes Clip Factory coming. Coming with the content, as usual. Here's BBC talking about the same press conference.
Hamas says Israel's refusal to withdraw from a strategically important strip of land in southern Gaza is thwarting an agreement to end the war. The Israeli Prime Minister has again insisted that Israeli forces will not leave the Philadelphia corridor. That's a piece of land in southern Gaza along the border with Egypt.
I love the way that this BBC journalist puts it. That's a piece of land along the southern border of Gaza with Egypt. And point out this corridor. It's a fat ass line for a reason, people, okay? It's because it's a strip of land, like she said. It's not just like some sort of line. It's not a map, you know, it's not a map. It's not some two-dimensional line. You know, it's a piece of land. And part of it, as you can see here, sticks into this gray piece called Egypt. I don't know if you've heard of it. They have pyramids. Oh my God, the framing.
Netanyahu argued that Israeli troops must remain in this buffer zone to prevent weapons and possibly Israeli hostages being smuggled across the border. So why is the Philadelphia corridor so contentious? BBC Verify's Merlin Thomas explains.
Why is it so contentious?
Israel has been paving.
We don't really need an explanation of why it's contentious. It's Israel saying they're taking Egypt's land and also actively occupying Gaza, a place that the ceasefire deal explicitly says they have to leave. That's why it's contentious, everyone. We don't need too much of an explanation on that, honestly. I think we all understand that because we're not stupid. But here's some images of what's been going on at the border and along the Philadelphia corridor. They have done some nice little infographics here for us.
Imagery mapping the paving of a road along this corridor. Have a look at this from August the 24th, around the time we believe the recent paving began. 2 days later, you can see this dark road slowly extending south along the Philadelphia corridor. Now, fast forward to the 1st of September, and you can clearly see how far the paving has advanced. And this is what that looks like on the ground. We verified this video posted on X at the end of August that shows what looks like a newly paved road. And you can just about make out a border fence at the end of this video on the right here. Over the last few months, the Israeli army have cleared large areas near the corridor, destroying hundreds of buildings like this one.
My God. I feel like there's more fucking bulldozers in Gaza than there are tanks. I feel like they've destroyed any sort of... I mean, there basically wasn't military infrastructure in Gaza to begin with. Right? I mean, what are we talking about? They didn't have an airport in Gaza. They don't have like a naval base there or something. They had some tunnels, supposedly, which we've only seen evidence of very few. I've seen Lebanese tunnels. Those things look serious. Gazan tunnels, I've seen a couple that look really shitty. But yeah, you know, it seems like it's like they don't need too many tanks anymore. They just need bulldozers to get the construction going. Get the what's his name? Ivanka's husband. The weasel. So he can come in and do the real estate stuff. Right? I mean, I feel like that's what's happening right now. The Jared Kushner apartment complexes, exactly. Trump Tower, Gaza. See, people, you get it. You get it. They've already destroyed and killed everybody. Pretty much everybody's just in a state of panic, starvation, and just the fight for survival amidst mass starvation and rampant disease and bombing. To notice, or to consider even what did you can't, like, how are you supposed to even deal with that? Okay, now let's go here. Sorry, but we got a lot to talk about with all this today because we took days off here on the Galactic News Network. Unusual days off due to the fact that we still don't have that YouTube monetized, and I'm struggling to keep the lights on. Now let's go here to Channel 4 News from 2 days ago. Discussing the national strike in Israel, which, as it turned out, even though the court ruled it should end, continued.
Illegal.
Thousands turned out to attend his funeral. The death of 23-year-old Hirsch Goldberg Polin, along with 5 other hostages held by Hamas in Gaza, mourned across Israel.
Okay, sweet boy, go now on your journey. I hope it's as good as the trips you dreamed about, because finally, my sweet boy, finally you're free. I will love you and I will miss you every single day for the rest of my life.
A young man who had hoped to travel the world, Hirsch was abducted from the Nova Festival. His arm was blown off, but he survived. According to Israeli officials, he and 5 others were shot at close range by Hamas just days before their bodies were discovered.
Yeah. Now, Israeli officials have claimed that. We haven't seen any actual evidence of it. And fact is, the IDF has lied on multiple occasions. Hamas also said directly on the day that this happened that, in fact, the IDF had bombed a tunnel, causing it to collapse, and it killed these people. So we don't know for sure, one way or the other, what happened yet. And until there's an actual investigation done by an independent body, we're not gonna know for sure. Because unfortunately, Israel can't be trusted.
This weekend. Their deaths have provoked fury amongst the many Israelis angered by their own government's failure to strike a ceasefire deal. Around 100 hostages still remain in Gaza. The ire of those taking to the streets directed at Prime Minister.
And one thing I found very interesting, and I can't remember if we actually listened to this part of the podcast earlier today or not, or if it was just me when I was listening to it, but at least one of those Democracy Now! Interviews, I think it was the last interview that we saw, but the woman who came on to talk about college administrators and the change in rules at colleges said, to the effect of the protests, or to some effect, she essentially said that the protests that are happening right now in Israel, if anything even close to that happened on campuses right now, they would be met by essentially by force and by expulsion. from the schools. They would have police rain down on them, and they would lose their scholarships. They would get kicked out of their schools, unenrolled from classes, and so on and so forth. Condemned.
Illegal.
Netanyahu defiant amid third night of protests.
Meanwhile, demonstrators in Israel took to the streets again tonight as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu pushes back against pressure to reach a ceasefire deal. CBS's Imtiaz Tayeb reports from Tel Aviv.
It was a third night of anguish and anger as thousands of Israelis filled the streets of Tel Aviv.
These protesters say that they're going to keep demonstrating until Prime Minister Netanyahu agrees to a ceasefire and hostage release deal with Hamas. But so far, Netanyahu remains stubbornly defiant.
The man is a liar, compulsive liar, he's a crook and a liar, and he's a criminal.
When Netanyahu spoke to the nation, he said he would not give in to pressure and devoted much of his address to a map display of the Philadelphia
This fucking
corridor.
map.
A narrow strip of land along Gaza's southern border with Egypt, he says is used by Hamas to smuggle weapons and is a threat to Israelis. An allegation that Yair Lapid, the leader of the opposition, blasted as a trick by Netanyahu.
Benjamin Netanyahu is a threat to Israelis.
To hold his extreme far-right coalition government together. A sentiment shared by Israel's defense minister and head of the military.
This is, I think, one of the first times I've heard CBS refer to it as his far-right coalition government. He talks about the fact that I've heard CBS talk about the existence of the far-right in Israel. But they always seem to try and separate Netanyahu from that far-right. When in fact he is the center of that far right.
Both saying the Philadelphia corridor does not pose an existential threat that should get in the way of a hostage deal. But until Netanyahu changes his mind...
I mean, we all know it's Benjamin Netanyahu who's holding up the hostage deal. Okay, now... let's keep talking about what's been going on here. Those protests continued. This is from 2 days ago. On a Wednesday, I think. I didn't even notice that there were police in there. You could barely pick them out from this huge, such a big crowd. Gotta say, it's nice to see a crowd of people essentially peacefully force a group of police officers to leave, just doing their free speech type thing. So yeah, these protests went on for days. I think they've settled down a little bit right now, but they are still going on. Let's go to this. While all this was going on, Palestinian protesters in the West Bank, specifically Jenin, where Israel has been bulldozing all of the roads and destroying all of the infrastructure, were attacked by Israeli soldiers. The fact is, I find it fucking disgusting that the Associated Press wrote this title this way. It says, Palestinian protesters and Israeli soldiers clash in Jenin. Is that a joke? Clash? It is a nonsense way to frame this. AP is well aware of the fact that Israel has been, specifically in Jenin, doing what they're doing. These people are just protesting, and they're going to claim it's a clash? You can't. It's civilian protesters and the IDF, that's a clash? Come on. Okay. Oh my god, we went over 6 hours. I didn't even notice. Well, at least we got everything in. It was a ridiculous nonsense time. Still got more videos to do. Got 6 left. Getting close to the end, though. Getting near it. Let's go here. This is Middle East Eye from a day ago, where a journalist asked Matthew Miller some uncomfortable questions about our ally, the UK. You remember that story we just looked at regarding the UK deciding to pause arms shipments to Israel? And how I said that might make things a little weird at Thanksgiving. Well, it's not November yet, but I can smell turkey.
Sorry, just to be clear, you said that not that we would disagree with UK's assessment. Did I hear that right? So you don't disagree with UK's
My point is
assessment?
they're making an assessment under their law. What I mean is the decision that they made under their law to suspend arms. That is a decision for them to make based on their assessment of UK law. I'm not making it. I'm not discussing. Hold on. I'm not discussing the underlying determinations. We have our own reviews that are going. They have to make legal determinations. That's the determination that they made today. We can't speak to that. Can't make an assessment of that. It's a matter that involves UK law, and it's appropriate for them to do. Not the United States is not going to make an assessment under a UK standard.
Yeah, it's not like Matt Miller worked at the Department of Justice or something. Wait, what? You're telling me he did work at the Department of Justice? Oh, so you're telling me he would, of all people, probably have at least a framework for talking about this? It's awkward.
It's not appropriate for us to do so. In the same way, we wouldn't expect the UK to apply US standard in making their determinations. They have made their determination.
You wouldn't expect... You wouldn't expect... Wait, what? I'm sorry. You wouldn't expect the UK to use the US standards while making their determinations? How many years did we spend trying to convince the UK to apply US standards as it related to Julian Assange? Anybody have a number on that? I know it's at least a few. Wow, weird, very weird.
Based on UK law, we will make our determinations based on US law.
You're trying to, I think, distinguish this, saying like this is our law, this is their law, but effectively the battlefield that you're looking at is the same battlefield, and we're all trying to get at that. We're just trying to wrap our heads around how two countries with pretty similar values, by the way, are looking at the same battlefield and coming with very different conclusions.
We are looking at the same battlefield. I will have not reached conclusions. I think number one, it is important to say we have reviews that are.
It's important to say we actually haven't reached any conclusions, which is why I can say definitively that we don't know for sure whether or not to suspend arms sales. As long as we don't reach any conclusions, then there's no way for us to determine whether or not to stop sending arms to Israel. The problem is that we can't make a determination So that's why we haven't been able to stop those arms sales to Israel like the UK did, because we have a different framework, people. God, why are you making Matt's job so hard?
Ongoing, and we haven't made any final determinations or any final conclusions yet. What we are doing is going and looking at specific incidents to make specific judgments on those specific incidents, find if they have been remediated.
Okay, that's too many times. You can't say specific that many times in a row.
If Israel has taken, if there were violations of international humanitarian law in specific incidents, what are the actions that Israel took, if any? You have to answer those two questions before you can make those.
Okay, yeah, okay. If you say so. Oh God, you're a silly, silly man. You used to work at the DOJ, Matt.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Okay, let's go here. Forbes breaking news from a day ago. Old Sleepy Joe came back out to say some stuff. I think, at least, didn't he? I think this is right. No, I'm sorry. I take it back. We just got done looking at that one. This is John Kirby at the White House. Oh God. Okay, John. You're a surrogate for the president. Tell us about what the United States has to say to the families of Americans still being held hostage in Gaza. Like I said recently, there are still American hostages in Gaza being held by Hamas. But America's been fine. I mean, at least the administration has been fine with just indefinitely postponing an actual ceasefire, regardless of that fact. Let's hear John Kirby tell those families, well.
Taking a step back, just to follow there, has the message from this administration been to families of Americans held hostage still that the only hope for their loved ones is getting to phase 1 of that ceasefire deal?
Our message to the families, and we conveyed this recently, Mr. Sullivan did, is that we're going to keep doing everything we can to get their loved ones home where they belong. Everything we can. Right now,
starting when?
We continue to believe that the best option, the best possible way.
Like starting at the end of this press conference?
To do that is through this deal that's been on the table now for how many months?
At least 3.
And as I've said before, I'll say so again today. We still believe these gaps can be narrowed. We still believe it's an achievable outcome. Whether we'll get there or not,
But it's our ally who's holding up the deal. So we can't, we can't continue to go on pretending as if we're doing everything possible when we're not actually pressuring our ally. In fact, we're continuing to play Israel's lawyer. I heard multiple statements recently suggesting that Israel's doing everything possible. We're super close to a deal, and we're just waiting on Hamas to accept it. But we all know that that's just not the case. Astral Shoals. the nefarious Astral Shoals. I'll take Astral Shoals over John Kirby.
We still believe that that we're close enough that we got to keep our shoulders to the wheel.
I guess my question is, it might be the best option, but is it the only option?
I think it would be imprudent for me to either negotiate the details of this deal in public or to speculate about any other kinds of opportunities might occur if it falls apart. I just don't think it would be useful for me to do that. What I can assure you,
it wouldn't be useful.
Is that President Biden?
I'm sorry. Let me make sure I heard him. Make sure I heard that correctly.
Negotiate the details of this deal in public or to speculate about any other kinds of opportunities might occur if it falls apart. I just don't think it will be useful for me to do that. What I can assure you, and we have assured the families, is that President Biden and this entire national security team is 100% dedicated to getting their loved ones home. Right now, the locus of that energy, the full focus of this administration is trying to get this ceasefire deal in place.
I'm not seeing that energy, like the actual actions. Obviously, diplomacy does happen behind closed doors, to some degree. It also happens out in public with statements like this and other statements that I've heard from the administration suggesting that Israel's doing a great job with the ceasefire talks, which are obviously just a complete lie. So I need some more consistency or clarity on what any of this means. Not making a lot of sense to me. Left with more questions than answers from this particular news conference. If I were a family of an American hostage still being held in Gaza, I'd be concerned. You know? Not gonna lie. I'd be pretty concerned. If that's his answer to American hostages, families, well, that's not good. Let's go here. Now, I believe Benjamin Netanyahu held another press conference because things are going really good. Usually when things are going really good, you hold a lot of press conferences. Nobody ever does that when things are bad. What are you talking about? Alright, let's go here. CNN from a day ago. CNN asks Netanyahu some questions about some stuff. For the first time ever. By first time ever, I mean definitely not the first time ever. But this time, they've decided maybe they might try, I don't know, a journalism? Let's see how this goes.
More than 40,000 Palestinians have now been killed in Gaza, a majority of whom are civilians. And these numbers are from the Palestinian Ministry of Health, but they are backed up by the United States, by international organizations. Humanitarian conditions in Gaza have degraded so much that diseases like polio and hepatitis A are now spreading. We have seen countless children be orphaned. We have seen countless mothers lose their children. How much is too much, sir? At what point is it time to end this war?
Well, we'll end the war when we achieve our war goals of making sure that Hamas can't repeat such atrocities.
We'll end the war when we achieve our goals, which, according to him, is no longer just the destruction of Hamas, but also the occupying of the Philadelphia corridor and a bunch of other new stuff. What are their goals exactly? They seem to keep making new goals or pushing the goalposts for these goals just to down the field. It's very confusing.
We're fighting this war in a just war with just means. In fact, with means that no other army has ever fought. No other army.
The only way to make that true, you don't want it to be true. I'm telling you, pal.
Has taken the
just stop saying it. Not gonna lie.
Precautions that Israel has taken, sometimes at great risk, to make sure that we minimize the number of casualties. You talked about polio. We enabled that.
This guy is truly disgusting. He really. Oh God! All right, I'm sorry. We're gonna skip ahead. A second question gets asked here. Where is it again? I think it's like here.
Body counts of terrorists. The people left.
No.
How many civilians died? I asked the commander of the division that did the Rafah operation and the Philadelphia corridor. He said, Prime Minister, there are hardly any civilian deaths because everybody left. They heeded our warnings. But he said there were probably 24, and most of them occurred, 24, and most of them occurred when...
He says that like it's an achievement. We only killed 24 while we were making this road. We're making a road and it only killed 24 people. That's it. That's all. That's a success. Great success. Okay. Here's our second to last video. The penultimate, if you will. Forbes breaking news 1 day ago. Downright insane. Benjamin Netanyahu slams global pressure to make ceasefire concessions. It's not even ceasefire concessions. It's just people saying, please stop coming up with new reasons not to get a ceasefire. This guy is wild.
If we leave Rafah, if we leave the Philadelphia corridor, there won't be any pressure. We won't get the hostages.
Oh, what? That's
I
the
said
only
I'm willing
way.
to make a deal. The real obstacle to making a deal is not Israel.
The Philadelphia corridor is a tiny, tiny strip of land, like we just talked about. You know, in terms of like the grand scheme of things, and yet somehow that's the entire crux of all of Gaza, because it's his contention. It was the only way. Illegal things get into Gaza, or at least illegal according to Israel.
Illegal.
It's Hamas. It's Sinwar. On April 27th, I put forward a proposal by Israel, which Secretary Blinken called extremely generous. On May 31st, having met Blinken again, I said we agreed to the US-backed proposal, and Hamas refused. On August 16th, the US brought forth what they call the final bridging proposal. Again, we accepted, Hamas refused. On August 19th, Secretary Blinken said, Israel accepted the US proposal, now Hamas has to do the same. On August 28th, that's a week ago, the deputy CIA director said, Israel showed seriousness in the negotiations, now Hamas make the deal.
Basically, everything he just said was a lie, aside from the fact that the CIA did in fact come out and say that Israel is doing everything possible, even though it was doing the opposite of that. And it's insane. This guy is a world leader in charge of an army and funded to the tune of billions and billions of dollars by the US government. Let's go here, just to hear a few opinions from some protesters to wrap up our coverage here tonight. This is, it's global news from 2 days ago.
Pressure is mounting in Israel for a ceasefire and hostage release deal just days after the bodies of 6 hostages, including 1 Israeli American, were recovered from Gaza. Yesterday, U.S. President Joe Biden told reporters that Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is not doing enough to reach an agreement.
We're in the middle of a negotiation.
Over the coming days, the United States will continue to engage with our partners in the region to push for a final agreement. During talks last week, we made progress on dealing with the obstacles that remain, but ultimately, finalizing an agreement will
Shut up, Matt.
both go.
Everybody feel like they have to do something, and I think it's one of the reasons that so many people came out from home and came to say their words that they want all the adopted to come back home. We know the families, we know the people, we know the stories. It was shocking. It was very hard. It was, I don't know, it was like kind of chaos and sadness and terrified and all the feeling together. It was really hard.
The government of Israel is a threat to the world peace. It's a dictatorship run by one-man show, and Israel has 200 nuclear armament. And the way Netanyahu is a world chaos agent, like Donald Trump, is a threat to the world peace. He doesn't care about the hostages. Well, if one day the CIA will let the public read his personality files, the world will know what kind of person he is. And I got 2 sons, soldiers fighting in Gaza. And I know what it's about, okay? So that's why I'm coming here. First, to save the hostages, and second, to save the state of Israel.
Well, we got through another one, chat. It was my pleasure to bring you this show tonight. That's gonna be it for me. Till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchfork's Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears have just gotten done enjoying. You can too for $3 US a month. Space benefits await. Not sure that's enough ones.